That's where they keep all the people who've been sentenced to various punishments, including servitorship. And the Charn takes you over to a sergeant who takes you down the line and says, pick any one of these guys. They're all sentenced to become servitors. And you look across, and it's a bunch of like really old people and sort of insane, gibbering people. They've probably been in the stocks for a while. And you kind of pick the best of the lot, but you don't really get a high quality brain to put into this thing. So when you put it in, it takes some extra work to program it, and that extra work means you need to add some extra parts. So it ends up costing 3 spare parts instead of 2. And it is just a normal servo skull, so it doesn't do anything extra special. So you can add to your list right now a Medicae servo skull, and you can subtract 3 spare parts from your thing. And then later, we can make a little token for it so it can fly around. But basically, I think it's only going to be helpful to you, and I think Jay has tech use, but I don't think Jay has Medicae. Which is the advanced skill.
Yeah,
so,
I have tech, no Medicae.
Okay. If you guys haven't spent your XP, now's a good time. I'll try to buy as much time as I can for core. So you have that Medicae servo skull now. Now, for the other one, you wanted to make a ballistics servo skull?
Yeah, but I'm short a spare part now.
Well, so you can always go and, try to get some from the quartermaster, or see if Eric has any you can borrow, or potentially you could break down a different thing that you have. I mean, I'm looking through your list here, and you have you have like a data slate you might be able to break down and see if you get a spare part out of.
What about this extra las pistol I have?
Well, so here's what you're gonna need. If you want to if you guys are all settled on building a ballistics skull, then you have to choose what weapon you want to equip it with. A las pistol is doable. You will have to make it into a compact las pistol, so it needs to be a compact weapon. You probably can't put a bolter on it, but you can put a solid projectile weapon or a las weapon onto it. Compact is better. So if someone wants to offer, I don't know if anybody has a compact las pistol on them.
I think I do, actually.
Anybody with one?
I believe did I toss mine?
Did.
Yeah, I do.
He's using it, so.
I do have one.
So you're using your compact one, or are you using Charns, aren't you?
I've been using Charms, but I do have a compact las pistol.
Angelos?
Oh, sorry. Yeah. Sorry. This is why I don't like muting myself. It's annoying. Yes, I do have a compact las pistol. I haven't been using it, though.
Okay, so, I mean, you could use that. You could take apart whatever other stuff you have. Taking stuff apart, the bigger the item, the more likely you are to get more spare parts. You do a tech use test, and if you pass it, you get some spare parts. I'll give you 1 extra for every degree of success. And if it's a big thing, you might get a couple extra, just baseline. You could also try to get some from the quartermaster, or you could see if Eric has some that you could borrow.
Let's go talk to Eric. Is he around? I think he's in the...
He's down in the Mechanicus building, probably. You can calm him, too. You don't have to, like, walk over. You guys are tech adepts. You guys basically live on the internet.
I'm gonna walk over, because I'm old school.
All right.
Pretty soon you'll go back to punch card programming.
That's basically... Eric. Yeah, what's up, Cato? What are you looking for?
Do you have some spare parts? Trying to make some skulls.
Servo skulls. Spare parts. I think, and he starts shuffling through like a desk, and he's like, yeah, I got some like servos, and I got a couple of grav sensors. I got 1 pick sensor here. It's a little bit on the fritz though. I think. Well, can you roll a? What kind of test is this? I'm gonna say it's just a straight up fellowship test. He goes, yeah. So I got this pick sensor, but it's kind of on the fritz. A lot of this stuff is accounted for, but you can have this this pick sensor and this grav drive, and it's like a little tiny like gravitic motor that'll float things and a pick sensor that's sort of like flickering on and off, and he hands those to you. You can take one spare part.
Okay, thanks, Eric.
Sure thing, man. Hey, you plan on getting any, with the mechadendrites while you're out here? Huh?
Yeah, I think one or two might be in my future.
You call me. You call me before you go there. I'll talk to Frankie. We'll get you set up. All right.
Can do.
All right. See you later, man. And he goes back to work. And he's, he utters something in binary cant to one of the engine seers, and Claudius goes, I really wish you would stop doing that. I don't like when you do that. It sounds very weird. All right, so you now have 2 spare parts total. To build one of these things, you need to install so you need the same 2 spare parts to install the brain and the gravitic sensor, gravitic stuff, and the pick sensors and all that. You need a spare part to install the gun itself, and you also need some spare parts to install all the tracking systems that it's going to need to actually shoot its stuff. So it's going to cost 3 spare parts total. And 1 compact las pistol or compact stubber or similar gun.
Okay, so no one else in the party has any spare parts.
Nope.
So, can I take apart my last pistol that I have for spare parts?
Sure can. So last pistol, on a success, you'll get 1 spare part. For every 2 degrees of success after that, I'll get you another spare part. If you fail, you just take it apart and it all breaks.
Okay, what test is that for?
Tech use.
All right, I'm going to try to take it apart.
You can use a book or something, your manual of how las pistols work.
No, I'm just going to take it straight.
All right. All right, so you get 2 spare parts out of that.
Okay, that should be enough. I'll lose my last pistol. Here, okay.
All right, so now you need the compact las pistol.
Angelos, where are you?
What you want, heretic?
Last pistol. Can I have it, please? So I can build a skull.
Why, so you can shoot us in the back, heretic? No way.
Okay, I will go acquire something else.
Reminder of the heroic tales of Cato the Magnificent from last time we were in a fucking building and somebody almost died.
While convincing...
Do you have anything? Go ahead.
While convincing to some, only a servant of Tzeentch would be so bold to make such a noble sacrifice in your eyes.
What happened to your explosive collar, Jay?
Oh, I left that on the other mountain that we took prisoner when we killed.
Yes, you brought that guy back with you. He's in the stocks now, right?
He is.
So you probably have your explosive collar back. You probably took that off him.
Yeah.
You could probably take that apart. Probably get a spare part or 2 out of it.
Yeah, we don't need spare parts now. We need.
Well, you might be able to get. You might be able to trade it for something, or I'd let you retcon that you took apart that las pistol. You might be able to reconstruct using an extra spare part. You could reconstruct a compact las pistol.
It's too late. It's already done.
Well, I mean, you could make it out of the spare parts. You could take the spare parts from the explosive collar and the spare parts from from what your stockpile is, and build a compact las pistol that would fit in the servo skull. It's a much simpler device. It doesn't have a trigger. It doesn't have any sort of handle mechanisms or any of the usual stuff. It's literally just a laser shooting out of this thing's mouth or eye or wherever you want it. So you could potentially build one, is my point.
I will happily hand mine over if that's what you would like to do.
I think we should keep the collar. It might come in use.
I mean, you also have a chrono Butch. You probably get a spare part out of that, and then use those spare parts to build something.
Yeah,
that'd be a little harder.
All the chrono is a fucking watch, man.
Yeah.
I think you can take apart a watch.
data slate. You got a data slate in here. You got your glow lamp in here.
How will you know what time it is? How will you have light when you don't have light?
Well, in my world, it's always beer 30, so.
Perfect.
So as you guys are discussing all this, Gerwulf walks around the corner, and I don't have his character sheet open, so I don't know what he has on him. So let's find out what he's going to give you. Gerwulf walks around the corner.
His bolt pistol.
He has a lot of guns. Oh my god. He also has a compact las pistol. And he walks in and goes, Cato, you can just have mine. And he hands you a compact las pistol.
You are too kind, brother.
I mean, I have a bolt pistol. Why would I need compact las? I guess for variety. So
I think he's secretly hoping to like act out that scene from Boondock Saints where it's one guy in the street with 6 guns.
So he hands you your compact las pistol, and pats his bolt pistol. He goes, "I won't be needing it," and puts holy shitballs. He's got a +7. That's wrong. That's a wrong number. He's trying to cheat. Hang on 1 second.
Who got Charn's last pistol?
That'd be
I did.
your dear friend Angelos there. I fixed his sheet. Can't put one past me, son. All right. So he hands you a spare las pistol, and you now have all the parts you need. Go ahead and make that tech use test. Now, again, I'm going to remind you, because you have these items that give you +5 to tech use, a book which will give you +10 on top of that, you get a potentially +45. If you make a better servo skull, it will be a better servo skull. So it might be accurate, it might be less likely to jam, might have better stats.
All right, I'll use one of my books.
Okay, so you pull out ballistic servo skull construction for dummies, and place that on the bench next to you as you work on this. So you have an extra +10. So that'll give you a +30 when you make your roll. Did you want to use your miscellaneous spare parts as well? You also have that. You also have that +10 to a tech use from when you saved Gerwulf and Angelos.
Oh, that's right. I just got so many special things.
You. That's why I'm trying to get you to use them.
But no, I'll just use them.
You should actually add an item that says you have a free +10 to, or did you put it in other notes?
Put it in other notes.
Okay.
But I think I will add it to items because I totally forgot about it.
Yeah. It's also easier for me to notice, so I'll make things harder so that you have to use them, because you guys have a lot of items and I'm not super good about tracking that. I mean, I didn't even know that Gerwulf had literally 5 ranged weapons, a chainsword, a sword, and a knife. He now has 4 ranged weapons. He has a shotgun, a long las, a stub automatic, a bolt pistol, a knife, a sword, a chainsword, some drugs.
Not like heavily encumbered all the time.
He should be. He also had both of the heads on his person, and full armor. Oh my god! I gotta get better at tech tracking this stuff. I think at some point we'll probably have to go back to tracking ammo and stuff, and that'll make us look at our inventories more often. And now that I know that you can add that shit to the turn order, then easy peasy. All right, so go ahead and, if you're ready, make your tech use test at +30. You can also put, all right, you succeed. You make a perfectly normal ballistic servo skull. It is reliable. You managed to, make use of those spare parts well. You used 3 of your 4 spare parts, and you used the compact las pistol that Gerwulf gave you. And you made a reliable las drone, basically, that'll float around and shoot at stuff. For now, what I would say is, why don't you add a ranged weapon? to your list that is the servo skull, and then you can make it attack for free on your turn. At a tech use test. So instead of making a, you make a tech use test and you'll get a free attack with that thing, and it'll just do what the las pistol does. So 1d10 plus 2.
Say that rule again about
so
the turn.
Whenever you want to use any of the servo skulls, it is a tech use test. For the ballistic servo skull, on your turn, Cato, you can make, and actually on your or Jay's turn, but at most once per round, you can make a tech use test, and if you succeed, it will fire a shot, and you get that as a free action. Doesn't cost you anything to use. So it's separate from all the other stuff.
So I'll make a tech use test, and if it succeeds, it fires a shot. Does it then roll a ballistics test?
Yes, and it's going to roll a ballistics test against a 30 until I roll the character sheet for it. And once I have a character sheet for it, you'll just be able to drag it around, and it'll be like another actor. It'll be basically a familiar. There aren't very good familiar rules in the book, so I don't have any. I'm just sort of making them up as I go. But basically, it's going to be like Hans and Franz. It's just going to be another character. For now, we're gonna make it a reliable thing. And it's going to have it's going to be basically being vulnerable for now, but eventually it'll probably have about 5 or 6 wounds. So it's going to be pretty weak. No armor, very little toughness.
Okay.
All right. So that is that. Now that we've done that, I had another thing I needed to say. Oh, weapon training. I think everybody has the right weapon trainings, but I do have a little handout. I believe I put it in OOC. Weapon trainings. It should be in everybody's thing. There's a little table there under handouts, OOC weapon training. And that just states what you need, like what all the different abilities are, what all the different trainings are. If you're using a gun and you do not have training for it, then you need to have training for it, otherwise you take a -20 to use. So just be aware of that. I think everybody's okay, but I'm not sure. So that's that. Where did we leave off last week? We decided you guys were Ordo Hereticus, I believe, because you guys wanted to work with the Sisters of Battle at some point. We got back from a harrowing ordeal at the Grand Praetia Hotel, where Angelos almost died. You spent a month in convalescence, waiting for Angelos to recover from his wounds.
I don't quite remember how Angelos almost died. Can you?
I am happy to tell you how Angelos almost died. I'm going to start moving you to a place where you guys end up after a while. So Angelos and Gerwulf were in a room together. You guys were all in this sort of big atrium area. There was a table in the center of the room with a bunch of books on it. As you walked in, Jay, you stepped on a pressure plate, which Cato masterfully disarmed after some words of encouragement from you. You poured out a little of your precious alcohol, and it ran down just right, so he was able to see the mechanism he needed to disarm to protect you. You sat down immediately as to not cause any more trouble, while Cato, Hans, and Franz found some other mechanisms that were related to this trap. When Cato was inspecting one of these mechanisms, it went off, which happens sometimes with traps, and a large, roughly half-meter thick wall with some bars in it popped up in front of the stairway where you came in. Now, normally this wouldn't be a big deal because, you know, it was a stairway where you all came in. But unfortunately, Gerwulf and Angelos were still standing on the other side of that door. You also began to hear a rushing sound. This rushing sound traveled down the hallway at a huge rate of speed. Ultimately, Gerwulf handed Cato a crack grenade to blow a hole in the wall. He succeeded in blowing a small hole in the wall, which Gerwulf was able to get through, but Angelos was not. Angelos braced as best he could, and did I lose somebody? You guys still there? Can you hear me?
I can hear you.
Yep. Looks like we lost Butch.
Yeah.
That's okay. He'll be back. So you braced as best you could, Angelos, but the oncoming wall of water just blew you away, and you took a huge amount of damage. It was only by the grace of the Emperor or sheer fucking luck that, just as planned, you managed to survive. You then slowly worked your way out into a hallway. While at the end of that hallway, you accused Cato of being a traitor servant of Tzeentch, the Chaos God, which is pretty impressive given that you're a fucking psyker, which is literally like the definition of big bad evil guy in the Imperium. But, you know, nevertheless, you proceeded to have a tense altercation in which you almost got your head blown off by Jay, and he's not on the call. But some drumming in the deep distracted you, and you were confronted with 4 bronze malefacts. Blink. You were confronted by 4 bronze malefacts, which you eventually defeated with the help of Hans, Franz, and your comrades. Upon exiting through the end of that hall, you found yourself back on the surface of Bratellis. You called up Claudius and Eric. They came over to get you. You shot some green squirrel-looking things. And you also saved, I believe, Private Franz from a tree. By the way, they have first names and art now. I'd spent some time making up some tokens for them. So you can see here in this map, you can see Peter Hans and Dieter Franz, and they are very happily serving with you here. So you saved Dieter Franz from a tree, and then you killed some squirrel things, and once you got back to Camphor, you sat down, informed Charn of what was happening and what you found, and also healed up. You guys are all presently at full health, and I'm trying to get Jay in here because it's important that he's in here. In the meantime, have you guys done anything else here in Camphor? Cato, or whenever Jay gets back, we'll go around that way.
We made servo skulls. That was cool.
Made some servo skulls. Did you do anything? Did you want to do anything else?
I mean, I picked up my power sword.
Tech these things.
You did pick up your power sword. That was smart because power swords are awesome. I think you already have that in your
inventory. I do.
Inventory. Oh, come on, Butch. All right, I'm gonna give Butch like a couple of minutes to come back. I need to actually run and use the bathroom real quick, and then we'll figure out what you guys did and are going to do. So give me like 2 minutes, and if I think you guys should be able to add him to the call if he comes back. He might be in Mumble as well.
He might not. I also don't see him in Roll20. I think his internet died again.
Okay. So I'm going to give him a couple minutes because it's important that he's here for this next part. Because you guys got to figure out what you're going to do. So we're going to take like 5 minutes while he comes around. All right?
Okay. La-di-da. So how's life?
Good.
And
Rain today.
it did not rain here. It was hot as balls instead. In fact, I think this was the coolest we've had it down here in a while. Now I'm kind of curious. I'm going to look up what the temp was today.
So I've been playing Valkyria Chronicles 3.
Very nice. Oh wait, 3? They made a 3rd?
Yep. They did, but they never localized it, so it's a fan sub, basically.
PS3 / console type stuff?
No, PSP.
Oh, that's why. That's why. I never had a PSP or a PS Vita.
Yeah, me neither.
Emulator?
Yeah.
Do they have...
You'd have to buy the PSP, you'd have to import the copy, you'd have to hack your PSP to accept the fan translation, or you can emulate it.
Do they have decent PSP/PS Vita emulators now?
The PSP emulator I'm using is real good. It's called PSP PP or something, and I've had no issues. Runs fine. I mean, I assume at a certain point you can like brute force it.
I mean, I probably could brute force it now. I can run freaking GTA 5 at 144 frames a second on basically max settings. I think I can handle it.
So add Valkyria Chronicles 2 and 3 to your list of played games you need to.
I still need to go through the first one. I have it, I just haven't played it. I actually just finished the 100% run that I started yesterday of the new Tomb Raider.
Is that
Not,
okay. Yeah, I know that.
not Rise of the Tomb Raider, but like the Tomb Raider reboot they did like a year and a half ago. Yeah, I just finished that like around 2 or 3 today. It's pretty good. I just wanted to see how well my system could run it. And surprisingly, I can run it at 144 frames unless I turn on hair physics. And then it just drops 50 frames.
But even then, it's still like 80 or 90.
Yeah, but still, it's not 144. And I'm sorry, hair physics is not worth 50 frames. It is not worth 50 frames.
What are you going to play next?
I'm not entirely sure yet. I'm kind of thinking Metal Gear Rising Revengeance, in part because I've been watching on occasion with my actual monitor off at work, but I'll like listen to it. But I've been listening to Team 4-Star play things. Specifically, first off, have you seen DBZ Abridged?
I'm aware of them, but I've never actually seen an episode.
First off, you should go watch it because it is hysterical.
Oh yeah, it's super funny.
And second, I've been watching the guy that voices Krillin and Vegeta. He's been playing games apparently as the voice of Vegeta, and it is hysterical.
Yes, it's really very funny.
Like I watched I think all the Star Wars games he did, I watched to some degree. Like he decided to call Wookiees bears and just randomly throw them off the edge in Force Unleashed.
Yeah.
He played Metal Gear Rising, and half the time he's just sitting there like, this is so great.
All right, I don't see Butch. What the hell's going on, Butch? He hasn't Skyped me or Steamed me or anything. I think his internet shit the bed.
Yep, I think it did too, because it doesn't look like he's on Skype.
Yeah. See if he's on Steam.
I think he's the only
I don't
one.
see him.
Yeah. I think he's
offline as of 8 minutes ago.
So it sounds to me like his character just fainted.
Well, I don't want to have just 2 people trying to make decisions about what the party should do.
Perhaps core back, maybe?
I'll check.
I can too. He may also actually be, I think about it, although he's been in this for a while.
Yeah.
Looks like he has his system playing MechWarrior online.
But
Gosh darn it.
I sent him some messages. I suspect that he probably just left it running. He said
Same.
he was going out somewhere, but I don't... Yeah, it didn't make a lot of sense to me.
It sounds like it's time for Angelos and Cato to go on an adventure.
I feel like I had so much planned, and usually when you guys screw up my plans, it's because you're being clever, not because you're being absent. And I really, that really sucks. It just sucks when people screw up my plans because they're absent. All right, so
Minor adventure
let's see.
until
Minor
maybe.
adventure. Let's go back in time a little bit, because I remember that we talked a little bit about you guys this not being your first adventure. And I know that we had like a meeting where you found out about some tech secrets. Actually, did you want to ask about some tech secrets? Or do you want to try to do like a little past adventure situation? Maybe we go somewhere off-world while we do this.
Where would we have had a past adventure?
That's a good question.
Hmm.
So okay, let's ask this. Where were you before coming to Protelis, Cato? What were you doing? I mean, obviously you were working for Thraxis, but had you been working for him for a long time?
I don't think so. I think I would be relatively junior.
Okay. So maybe had you worked for him at all before? Or is this your first time with working for him?
I don't think this is my first time, but
Okay, so what's the last adventure or like assignment you had from Thraxis? Or a previous one if you don't want it to be the last one.
I'm gonna say something on an abandoned ship.
Okay, so you're on
Investigate an abandoned ship.
All right,
Maybe
so
not
you're
a space hulk, but
not a Space Hulk. Yeah, I think Space Hulk, we leave those things to the Death Watch. But yeah, you found there's a derelict, just adrift outside of, let's find what name it is. I think I have my generator still open. I'll figure out the name of it in just a minute. You were on a planet named, we'll go with Nita, N-I-T-A. So you were on a planet just outside of the Nita system, or you were not on a planet, you were in space outside of the Nita system, and you came across a derelict trader ship, not a rogue trader, just like a standard merchant ship, free merchant ship. And the name of the ship was the Swan Song. And I don't know if anyone's going to get that reference, but that's okay. So you were on, you found this ship. It was derelict, orbiting the third planet of the Nita system. What did you, so you're there with a crew of some people. What did you do? What was your decision that you guys made?
am I there with Angelos?
I don't know. Are you? Angelos, are you also on this mission?
I would imagine this was probably along the way to go to Protelis initially.
No. So Cato hasn't been assigned to Protelis yet. This is an old assignment. Maybe it's a few assignments ago. So you're also. So we'll hold off on Nita and the Swan Song for a minute. And Angelos, is this your first time out with the Inquisitor, or have you worked for him before, or worked for someone else before? Maybe you got transferred. I don't know.
I'm just trying to think based on the backstory I have, because if I recall right, let's see here.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure Protelis is the first time out for you.
Yeah.
So maybe you were on your way to get to the ship, and this is where you guys happen to meet up. Cato was on a mission, and let's say Cato, I know why you had to get sent here. You hadn't actually been sent to Portellus yet. That wasn't a thing that Thraxus had told. He hadn't given you that order yet, because so far you were, in his good graces. You weren't bad, you weren't good, you were just, a guy that worked for him. And so while you were on this mission to the Swan Song outside of Nita 3, we'll say, Angelos was taking passage on your ship to get to Portellus. He was able to get passage because it was a ship that was working for the Inquisitor. So you guys made a pit stop in Nita to investigate this random free merchant ship that had fallen out of the warp, and you guys decide to go inspect this thing. So you guys, what do you guys do? Do you just like set up a party and fly over and board, or?
I believe so.
I think so.
All right. So are you guys just going by yourself? You want to bring someone with you?
Oh, we're bringing everyone who can come.
All right. So why don't you both roll a fellowship test? And we're just going to use your current stats, just because it's easier. We'll magically
fail that hard.
You walk around the ship, but the people on the ship, they don't actually work for Thraxus. They work for him because he's paying them. He's paying them to transport you to this ship, Cato and Angelos to Portellus eventually on their way to Scintilla. You're on like a trade ship, and they don't have any interest in going to inspect this thing. They just want to get on with their trade because time is money. So they don't offer to come with you. They send a little ballistic servo skull with you and an auspex servo skull with you that you can take, and they're kind of poor quality. They're not particularly good thing. The ballistic skull is inaccurate. It's not all that reliable. It sort of goes off on its own sometimes. Let me create a page here. Hold on. We're gonna duplicate this page. There we go. And we're going to do this. And I got to find where I put down the player marker, and we're going to go. I'll put you on that one for a second. So, unfortunately, it doesn't. Oh, that sucks. Okay. So let me put down you two here. So you guys are on, and I think I have a generic token around here. Actually, I know I'm just gonna make this normal, and it's just gonna be abstract. We're not gonna really track movement or anything. This is just for if I want to put down a bad guy or something, I'll have the space. I don't have my generic token. Shoot.
You should get your generic token.
So you guys are on this trade ship, and you fly over with your couple of servo skulls and just a little shuttler, just a little tiny 2-seater ship, and you fly into the open hatch of this thing, and it had like a little bay where a ship could come in and out as they're moving cargo, and it's got a there's nothing in this little hangar, which is odd because there should be like a cargo ship or something here, a skiff. And so you land in there, and Cato, you turn on the force field, the void shield generator that ensures that there's atmosphere, and you do all the appropriate tests. The Auspex servitor skull, blings with the light to note that there's oxygen on the ship. And as you guys step off, you enter this, sort of gaping, huge hangar bay. There are a few benches and various like tools, like mechanics tools, and it's all sort of very dusty, and it has this huge buttress ceiling, but otherwise it's empty. There is a door, sort of a big double door on one far end It sort of looks like, I don't know if you've ever seen the Battlestar Galactica, the new series of that. It's sort of like their hangar bay, if you want to think of it like that. It's just browner. And there's, big door leading into the rest of the ship. What do you guys want to do?
I think, Angelos, we should go to the bridge. Try to determine if we can get some logs from the ship.
Now, I'm going to interject 1 second. None of the Pertella stuff has happened yet, Angelo. So, as far as you know, Cato's just a guy you just met.
Yep. I agree. Let's head for the bridge there.
All right, so you guys head out into the hall, and the lights sort of flicker on, and the glow globes or whatever, and the ship creaks and bends. Angelos, can you make a Cynicians test?
I can. Give me a second. Looks like Butch is coming back too.
Awesome.
Maybe Butch was on this adventure with us.
Maybe he was. All right, so Angelos, your vision sort of blurs a little bit as you walk into this hallway, but you don't notice anything unusual. It could just be some, fungus or something that's grown. Just odd, stale air. It smells a little bit like ozone from, maybe exposed electrical cords. The hall is pretty long. There are a few rooms off of it. It looks like maybe you're in the section that there might be some workers' quarters. It looks like he is back. I'm going to go ahead and add him. Oh, he's already on the call. Hey, Butch.
Hello.
Hey, we're doing a flashback adventure for Angelos and Cato because you had fallen off because your internet was bad.
It is very bad.
So in a moment, I will find a place to pause this little adventure, and then we'll go back to Camphor. So you guys, you're in this hall. There's a few rooms off to the side, and there's a big sign that says "Bridge this way," and it points towards the end of the hall. What would you guys like to do?
I would like to go to the bridge. Skip to the bridge.
All right. So you guys make your way up to the bridge. Can you make another Cynicians test?
Yep.
And Cato, you can make an awareness test at -20.
Since my awareness is 13, I'm excited to see how this goes.
You auto fail, so good job. You didn't train scrutiny or search, right?
Nope.
Okay. So one change that I'm making is scrutiny, search, and awareness are all the same skill now. It's all the same thing, and you just roll whichever one you feel is thematically appropriate, but they all have the same stat. When you train awareness, you get scrutiny and search for free.
So if I train 2 of those, can I take a refund?
Yes, you can refund whichever one you want. I think they're all cost the same anyway, so. So you guys make your way up to the bridge. Again, Angelos, your vision is blurring, and Cato, your respirator implants and all the various little implants are sort of tingling a little bit. You go up to the bridge and you press the button to open the door, and it goes and it opens up into another very large sort of open room with giant windows, void windows, basically force fields, pointing out into the vast outreaches of space. They are appropriately shielded so that all the harmful gamma radiation from the local star doesn't make its way in. It just looks like an orange globe off in the distance. There are a few places where the shield's starting to fail, and a bright white light sort of drapes into the room, and it's burned stuff basically because it's just raw radiation from the sun. As you walk around, you see there's a captain's chair and a few broken down servitors that are no longer functioning. The captain's chair back is to you, so you can't see it yet. And there's some panels out in front of it that are sort of half on, half off. They're blinking and so on. What would you guys like to do?
I want to go check the captain's chair.
All right, so you walk around to the front of the captain's chair, and in it you see the skeleton of a man, not all that much taller than you, maybe a few inches. It is decayed and decrepit. Its hair is sort of falling off. It's still sort of attached to the skull. It's just sort of everything is decayed behind it. So it just sort of sits on the skull very gently and has not been disturbed for what looks like a very long time. You see in his hand, there's a small black box.
I want to take that box.
Hang on, Cato, what would you like to do while he's doing this?
I'm gonna see if there's a console or something I can get some.
Sure. So there's some consoles in front of the captain's chair. There's also some to your left. There's sort of if you think about it like Star Trek, there's sort of like the con in front, and it's like the Voyager con where it's one long thing. And then there's some like science stations, maybe what would be science stations on Star Trek. You don't know what they are here. Off to your left.
I'm gonna go to the ones on the left.
All right, so you walk over to these sort of tall arcade machine-like stations, and you see all the Auspex scanners. Some of them are still sort of flickering, and you see that there are a number of different displays you can read. Would you make a tech use test, please? So you look around at a few of them, and a lot of them don't make a lot of sense. They're very garbled or otherwise broken. They don't flash on long enough for you to read. Basically, you just can't get a handle on them. But there is one that you get a handle on. It's the internal chronometer of the ship, and the ship's internal chronometer indicates that it's 241 M39.
Certainly interesting.
Angelus, you wanted to make a, you wanted to grab that box, right?
Yep.
Can you make a toughness test?
This already sounds great.
I fucking love boxes. I just want to point that out. So as you reach out to grab this box, your mind fills with the most terrible images you have ever seen. Your vision blurs out entirely. Can you make a willpower test, please?
I can. Yes!
So can you roll 1d5?
I can type it.
Take that many degrees of insanity.
Damn it.
If you had failed your willpower test, you'd also be taking corruption right now. So count yourself lucky. So you recoil away from this box, and you hear a cackling. And Cato, you hear this cackling too. And the cackling in the distance says, "I have taken this ship for my own. You will leave now." What would you guys like to do?
This ship belongs to the Empire. And then I go over to the other console.
So as you walk over, can you please take a toughness test? So as you start to walk over, the voice cackles back and says, "Your puny god emperor, ha! A false emperor indeed. He can take nothing from the warp. He can take nothing from Dar Lakor." And you feel yourself thrown back against the console you were just checking. Angelos, you have proceeded to been thrown back from this box. What would you like to do? You're still standing in front of it. You're just shocked.
I want to take out my sword and start smacking that box until it opens.
It is about 3 inches by 3 inches, so it's very small. You can try to hit it with your sword.
I want to try hitting it with my sword.
Okay. What kind of sword do you have? Is it just like a normal, plain old sword?
Yeah, because I didn't get my power sword yet. So I would just have my regular sword.
So, go ahead and make a weapon skill check. See if you even hit it. You bring your sword down, but the mental trauma that you've experienced, you guys are rolling like ass today. It's so good. The mental trauma you've experienced prevents you from hitting it. You slice down through the captain's skeleton, but as you hit the captain's skull, your sword actually stops and the tip of it breaks off. And a blue-green glow appears behind the eyes, or where the eyes would be on this skull, and his finger on his other hand, not the one with the box, reaches up and points at you and says, "Get off my ship!"
Hey, Cato, I think we should leave the ship.
No, we do not retreat in the face of the enemies of the Emperor. I take out my last carbine.
All right. So the skeleton is very, very upset with you. He stands up and pushes you aside, Angelos. Can you make an agility test?
I can.
Am I in this bad nightmare with them?
No, this is their first adventure together.
Oh, thank God.
Out of character question. Isn't it impossible for us to die?
It is impossible for you to die. That doesn't mean that you can't have something worse than death happen to you.
You mean I can be friends with Angelos?
Oh, do you
Would
need
you like
some ice for that burn? Oh. Okay, so.
I missed that.
Oh man, it's probably a good thing. You'd have to take
Dude,
more
there's a black
insanity
girl in the
points.
background just losing her shit right now.
God damn! God damn! All right. So Angelus, you get knocked to the ground by this skeleton getting up and pushing you aside. He uses like the box as almost a weapon. And Cato, I like that you're emboldened by the fact that you can't die, but you have no idea the sort of bad things I can do to you, even in the past. He looks at you, Cato, and says, "I said get off my ship." And he brandishes this box at you. And nothing happens immediately with the box, but you see it start to glow a blue-green color. What would you like to do?
I shoot the box.
All right, so go ahead and make a ballistic skill check. So you miss. Just flies wide. You don't manage to hit anything. You hit maybe some panels behind him, but nothing major happens. Angelos, you're on the ground. Your sword is broken at the tip. You will eventually get it repaired on your way to Pertellus. There are plenty of people who can do that. What would you like to do?
Considering my sword is currently not really useful, I end up dropping and take out my last pistol and take a shot.
All right, so go ahead and make a ballistic skill check.
Freaking A.
All right, so you actually graze the skeleton, and the skeleton laughs. He takes no damage from this. And he looks at you and goes, "You think your weapons can harm me? I am Darlakor." And he whips around and he shoots you with the box instead of Cato. And go ahead and roll a willpower test again. So roll 1d5 twice. Take 2 points of insanity and 1 point of corruption. Have you bumped past 10 insanity yet?
I just hit 10.
All right, we're gonna have to do an insanity check in just a minute. So what happens is he hits you with this blast of psychic energy, and it fills your mind, and it feels like your brain is about to burst. And you know that your soul has been corrupted by the warp. Can you make a? Do you have any? Like you have Forbidden Warp, right?
I have Forbidden Warp, yes.
Okay. Can you make a test on that at plus 20, please?
How did I fail that? Dang.
I don't actually know. So, you don't know exactly what's going on, but you're pretty damn sure that what you're looking at is a demon host. And you know that demon hosts are bad news, and that normal weapons can't even harm them. A weapon like your puny little las carbine or las pistol, not really going to do anything to this thing. It is a massive, hulking menace of the warp, and your best bet is to get the fuck out. You could potentially set the ship to self-destruct before you leave.
Question. How strong are the windowed portions of the bridge?
They're void shields. You could shut them down, but you'd have to be in the room to shut them down.
Does my breather system allow me to survive outside the ship?
So you would need a void suit. Otherwise, you would take damage from being in a hard vacuum. You both would, because you're both still in the room. I would say that because you're part machine, you'd maybe take less damage. And you would have about 1 round to get out, in which this demon host might be able to prevent you from getting out by like attacking you or trying to trip you or something. That said, what would you like to do?
Angelos, what sort of... So is this thing undefeatable with our current inventory?
Out of character, this guy also has plot armor. And he actually has better plot armor than you do. So yeah, basically.
This enemy is too much for us. We would need more resources and more people to help. Let's get out of here.
Gray Knight. Yeah, let me put it this way. The people who usually deal with this are Space Marines. So, or like full Inquisitors, not Acolytes.
Okay, I begrudgingly accept your analysis of the situation and suggest we beat a retreat of the hasty variety.
Alright, Cato. Go ahead and make a... You want to run out, I assume, right?
Yes.
Alright, go ahead and you're running out the door. Angelos, what do you do as he starts to run out the door?
I get up and run with him.
Alright, so you're both running out the door. Cato, Angelos, you were still on the ground when you made that shot, so you have to get up. So Cato is going to get to the door before you, and Darlakor's full attention is focused on you. Cato, you run to the door, and it opens up, and you book it out, followed, hopefully by Angelos. And you get down to the end of the hall near the hangar, and you turn around and you notice that Angelos isn't there. And you see this, and you see the door, and the stab of, intense music plays, and we flash back to Camp 4. Keep that in your mind for a moment. We're going to come back to it in a minute. So, here we are in Camp 4. Let me do this. Here we are in Camp 4. And we're back looking at everybody in a nice little circle. And so you guys have all congregated in the square, and you hear overhead the sound of a cutter, like a gun cutter, landing down in the docks. Charn radios UJ and says, I'm going to come meet you out there in a minute. I have something to talk to you about. Something important is happening, and I need to let you know. Angelos, what do you do?
I end up going in. I first end up talking to Cato and accusing him. Why the fuck did you make those servo skulls, you heretic? What are you trying to pull?
We needed servo skulls.
Made by a heretic? So you could make them attack us? The loyal servants of our emperor?
Do you see them attacking you?
Only a servant of Tzeentch would wait for such a moment. Just such a pristine moment to attack. That is why they haven't attacked us yet.
Well, maybe you should turn around and we'll see what happens.
Why don't you turn around? Or are you siding with the heretic?
Hey, look. I'm fine.
That must mean you are a heretic as well.
Is there a way to rotate this thing?
Yeah, you can. There's a little bar at the top of the thing.
Oh, yes.
You can flip it upside down.
Look at that. Still fine.
That must mean you are a heretic yourself. And I draw my power sword and turn it on. Point it at Cato.
Stand in the corner.
Only so many people in this group can be heretics. Must I cleanse you all?
Okay, man? You look a little green around the gills.
So Charn is walking down and he sees this display and he motions to Hans and Franz and tells them to, like, you know, silently to, you know, draw their weapons. Down the other end of this street, you see a hulking man, which you all recognize. Angelos, you don't, but everybody else does. And he's walking down.
Oh shit! Party's over, guys.
And he goes, Angelos!
Ha! Ha! So you
Pulls a bolt pistol and he shoots Angelos square through the head, blowing his head off. Angelos, his head now hanging on by a thread, looks to you all with his eyes that is still functioning, and he says,
So you finally figured it out, did you, Thraxis? You
Of
finally...
course I did. That was for Severus.
Severus was such a minor fool.
So Angelos's body slumps, but his head continues talking. He's on the ground. And from his body springs forth something unbelievably vile and wicked looking. It's huge. It's easily 10 meters tall. It's massive. It has huge claws. As it comes forth, it makes this screaming sound, and the air fills with the smell of ozone and blood. Shadows around you flicker, and the entire scene goes from day to night in a matter of seconds. The air gets cold, and you can all start to see your breath, and the ground itself freezes underneath you. Without
Who the
presence,
fuck called my ex-girlfriend?
presence of Gabriel Thraxis, you would have probably all been marked terrified by this foul abomination of the warp. Can you all please roll for initiative, including you, Angelos, who will be playing the part of this weird warp entity that has taken over our friendly neighborhood psyker? I need to also roll for these guys. Hang on one second. Thraxis can roll.
He's so bad, he takes up more than one square.
He's huge. He's massive. This is a massive target. You will always get plus 20 against it. I wouldn't recommend getting in point blank range. Take your plus 20 and be happy. His agility bonus is 3. Angelo, oh man, he's going last. All right, so Cato. Let me pull up these guys. Hang on a second. I also gave these guys names. I don't know if you heard Butch.
They're
these
fantastic, by the way.
Peter, Hans, and Dieter Hans. Gesundheit.
Thank you. I tried to mute him, but I didn't do it in time.
Oh my god.
Holy crap.
There we go, okay. Dieter Franz is going first. Followed by Cato. Then this guy.
Charn getting in on this action too?
Oh, Charn's getting in on this action. He just hasn't yet.
Oh yeah.
So you guys can probably all see his name, and he shouts his name. He goes, "My name is Darlakor, and you will all die."
Cato says under his breath, "This all makes sense now."
I lost where Charn's thing is. Oh shit. Oh, there it is. His agility is 4. He's going with the group of 9 people. So Darlakor, and then we have Butch, and I forgot to roll for Gerwulf. He's just gonna go the last of you guys. And then this guy, and then this guy, and then this guy. Okay. And Charn is up with the 10s, isn't he? Yeah, he's up there. So he's right here. Okay. So Dieter Franz goes first, and he has 3. So just make sure you all mark 3 in your little sheet there. I'll mark it for all these guys. because you have fully loaded weapons. And I'll mark for Gerwulf who I'm playing. And Dark, we're actually, you don't notice any projectile weapons on him, but you all do feel a hum in your head. It feels like you have a really bad headache or a migraine, indicating this thing is probably pretty intensely warp-powered. All right, so Dietrich Franz is going. He's going to make an attack with full auto with his auto gun. Full auto, I believe, gives him a bonus to attack. Full auto burst plus 20 to his attack against this massive creature. It's a total plus 50, and he hits twice because he's a lousy shot, and he's also probably terrified. Yeah, 35. Yeah, okay. So he hits twice, once. Oh, sorry, that was the wrong button. Once, twice. Darlacor, do you take any damage from that?
I take 5 each, going down 10 points.
All right. Why is it? There we go. I forgot to set this guy up with his wounds because I didn't expect to use them all that much, to be honest with you. So I'm gonna do that. Here we go. All right. So Cato, it's your turn.
So I'm gonna get on my comm beads and call Eric.
All right. What the hell's going on? It looks like there's some kind of like bubble of ass over there. What the fuck?
Let's just say it's not good, and you should get in the lumberjack and bring it over here so you can blow it to pieces.
All right. It's gonna take me a little while to get over there. These streets aren't designed for this thing.
I don't care if you have to go through the wall. Just get over here.
All right, Claudius, you two, get in there, and he's like giving orders. You can hear him. He's like, give me 30 seconds, I'll be right there. He's gonna be there in about 1 round. I'm gonna go ahead and add him. I'm just gonna add the lumberjack, I guess.
The pussy wagon's gonna save us all.
Yeah, so he's gonna take him a little while to get over there as reinforcements. So I'm just gonna put O for OT dub. Okay. So you call him, that's your free action. What would you like to do next?
So for half action, I'm going to take out my last carbine.
Mm-hmm.
And so what's the construction of this room? Is it like an open air room?
It's a big open area.
Okay. I'm going to use my other half action to back as far away as I can.
Okay, so you can move 1 square. Pretty much even a full move is going to be 2 squares. This is a big area, to give you some perspective. The scale on this area isn't right, but you can figure that square is about 100 meters by 100 meters, about a football field by a football field. So you can probably move 1 square. That'd be a good run, and you're incentivized to get the fuck out of there because this thing is huge. All right.
Okay.
So you've readied your gun. Darlacor, it is your turn. What would you like to do?
I attempt to cast Regenerate.
All right. That's a half action, right?
That is a full action, actually.
All right, it's full action. So what's your side? How many side dice are you going to use?
I'm thinking... see.
How many can you use?
I can use a total of 8.
Okay.
I'm thinking 4.
All right, so go ahead and make your roll. You nail that, obviously. I can't imagine that's a lesser threshold than 31.
Nah, it's 23. I pass.
Okay, so you've cast Regenerate. That means you gain back some amount of wounds. How many wounds do you gain back?
I gain back 1d5 wounds every round, as so long as it sustains itself. So in this case,
so
I get 3.
3 wounds.
And that is my turn.
All right. So that's your turn. Jay, Mr. Kwellin.
What would you like to do? This grumpy cunt is gonna come back to bite us. I'm gonna fucking brandish Sally, throw a maximal shot down his way.
All right, do it. Did you aim?
I did. And
Did you take your plus 20?
Yeah.
Oh,
and I
man.
get 10 from the red dot. I barely fucking passed that.
So you got plus 20, you aim for plus 10. Oh man, yeah. So you hit him twice, once for each shell. You don't get any extra scatter, so. Go ahead and take your damage, Darlacor.
Done.
All right. So Charn is up next. Charn has what does he even have? I know that he doesn't have his pistol anymore. He has. Oh no, he has only a chainsword on him. So I guess he's going in ham.
This is gonna be glorious.
And he screams. He goes, "Not in my camp!" And he runs 2 squares because that's all he can do. And he revs his chainsword over his head as he charges at him. Peter Hans, seeing his commander do this, calls over comm beads and says, "Sir, maybe it would be better if you get reinforcements." And then proceeds to shoot at this hulking mega beast with his... Oh, I gave him new guns too. He has a semi-automatic shotgun. He has a pair of chain knives, which are awesome. He also has another gun, which I'm not going to talk about just yet. Actually, okay. So I'm going to take a vote. I'm not going to take a vote. I'm going to say, can someone roll a 1d100, please? Just roll 1. And I'm going to roll 1. All right. So he kneels down and as a full action prepares a large tube over his shoulder. And you see him place something in the front of this thing. And that's his whole action.
I don't like that I'm on the other side of him.
Gabriel Thorax, this thing is, so the distance between you two guys is probably, I'm going to say, it's like 100 meters easily, because this is, the diagonal of this thing. So you got about 140 meters along this diagonal. And you guys are pretty far apart. There's a huge, this thing is massive. It's 10 meters tall. It's probably 3 or 4 meters wide. It's surrounded by warp energies. It's completely insane how big this thing is. So I wouldn't worry too much. He's also a pretty good shot. So Gabriel Thoraxis, the full Inquisitor of the Inquisition, goes, he's like, I don't have any desire to deal with this. And he takes out, as a free action, and his Arbitrator ID. And Jay, even from this far away, you can see what it is. It's shiny and looks like a little Aquila with a hammer in the middle of it. And he presses on it and throws it as a free action at this thing. We'll see if he hits. He does hit, and he doesn't just hit.
God.
He sends this thing down the throat of Darlakor, the open, gaping mouth. And it does 22 damage, Righteous Furies. And he tries to do another hit. And he hits again, and it Righteous Furies. Holy shit. Okay, that's all he does. So he does this much damage, and it actually, as it hits, both of those get reduced by twice your toughness, by the way, Darlakor. So as it hits, it blows chunks out of the head of this beast. And Darlakor says, "Your puny weapons can do nothing to me." And all of the damage that was just done starts to fix itself. Next round, he's going to heal 10 wounds. And that's how that plays out. So with the rest of his action, which he still has the full action, he goes to hit with his bolter. And because he did just throw something, he has to take it at a -30. And he nails him still, dead on. And he goes ahead and does his shot to hit him. Oops, that's the wrong button. And does 12 more damage. That won't get healed. But go ahead and make sure you mark all that down there, Darlakor.
He's showing why he's the Inquisitor.
Yes.
Oh shit, dude. Can my Arbitrator ID blow up? Is that a thing?
No. So he had his rigged to be a digital weapon.
I gotta do that.
It takes a master to build one of these things. It is an incredibly difficult task. Tim, why don't you show up?
Talk to your local tech priest to learn more.
Why don't?
It's an only the most advanced tech priests really try this regularly. So.
And what were you trying to ask me there?
It shows you as offline in my Skype, but you're clearly not.
No, I'm here.
So as Darlakor takes these hits, you see his skin start to scar and bubble, and it shines and looks harder than it did before. This demon's skin is growing over its host. So that's his turn. Gerwulf, seeing this, finally realizes that he can maybe make up for some of the disgrace of his Krieger heritage. He shoots him with his bolt pistol. And misses, flies wide, and doesn't hit him. Dijafrance is back around to his turn. I gotta mark off these guys. He didn't shoot. Cato, you didn't shoot. Peter didn't shoot. He just readied. You shot. And Gerwulf also shot. Okay. So Dijafrance is there. And he goes to make another shot. I'm just going to move the lumberjack. The lumberjack isn't quite there yet. It's about halfway there. And he makes another shot with his gun, his auto gun, and he nails it for another 11 damage. That's his turn. The lumberjack continues to move up. Cato, it's your turn.
Semi-auto burst.
Semi-auto burst.
So that's plus 10 for the burst, and then plus 20 for being a big target?
Yep, plus 30 net. Alright, so you hit him twice. Oh, Righteous Fury, nice. So you get to make another attack. And you hit him twice, so go ahead and roll 2 more damage. Alright, Darlakor, what do you take from that?
I'm trying to calculate it.
So you have toughness bonus of 4 and 5 armor now.
Yep.
So it's 3, 0, 0, 0.
3, 0, 0, 0?
Yeah, you take independent reductions for each of those.
Right. I thought my toughness bonus was only 4, though.
Right, but you have armor now because of the wounds are calcifying and becoming more demonic.
Oh, so...
I put you at your correct number of wounds.
Okay. What was the armor rating? I'm just curious.
I sent it to you in Skype. Did you not get that?
No.
Okay. I'll put it over here. Hold on.
There it is.
Okay. So that's your turn, Cato. You can mark off 1 shot of ammo from your thing, and now it is Darlakor's turn.
But before I do, did you see my question I sent you over Skype?
I did, and I answered it.
Oh, okay. And
I'll let you know how far it goes.
And/or am I in range for it for anyone?
Let me look it up real quick. Probably is my answer. Let me. Do you know what page is on Pyromancy? There it is.
It should be.
But it actually goes out further from you, right?
How
this works.
175. Because there is no overbleed on it.
I'm gonna say you can cast it much further, so it'll affect everybody, but it won't be sustained. You have to cast it each time.
Okay.
I'm also gonna retcon something. This is gonna be twice the threshold because this is a much larger range than it's supposed to be.
I'm okay with that. So first thing, do the regen sustain willpower check, which is true. Unless heal another 1d5 worth of wounds.
Whoa. 1d10 per point of your will. Oh, that's going to be bad. No. No, you know what? No, we can't do that. That's gonna kill everybody here. And
I'm not liking this conversation.
I mean, you could nerf it.
I am gonna nerf it. You can deal 1d10 to everybody here.
I'm okay with that. I'm still gonna try it.
Okay. I'm sorry that you don't get to cast it for real, but it's twice threshold, and you can do 1d10 to everybody. That's pretty good.
Okay, there's that. I'm gonna just have to roll probably all my dice for it. All right, ready for the Holocaust. No nines. And I
How did you do that? All right, so you cast it. Roll everybody's going to take an independent 1d10. So every person roll 1d10, take that much damage. Not you, including it's 1d10 plus 1 for you. All that damage ignores all toughness and all armor.
Power of the Holocaust.
Oh man, these guys don't take any damage. 4. So remember that damage ignores. Yeah, okay, good. And Thoraxis screams, "Vile demon!" Man, I roll low. Okay, so that's his turn. Jay, you're up.
I'm getting the fuck out of there because I have to reload, so I can't shoot again. So I'm gonna fucking go outside of the building. Can I roll there?
Yeah. You can move.
We're chill there.
2 squares. Yeah.
2 squares?
Yeah, 2 squares total from where you were. Yeah.
That's and I'm gonna start my reload.
Okay.
I have a clarification question.
Sure.
Do the servo skulls take damage from that?
I'm gonna say no because you just built them and I want them to stick around.
Okay.
So Charn, looking past this creature, sees a shining, copper-colored thing leaping bounds towards you. Can't identify what it is, but it looks mean and it looks angry and it has no guns on it, which is odd. So he decides to make a shot with, he decides to run again, running at this thing. He's just barely within range, and he slashes down with his mighty chainsword that he obviously got out of he makes a slash. Fuck it. He got it out of the quartermaster. I'm having trouble thinking because this thing is huge. And this thing sort of bends into warp unnaturally to avoid his chainsword. He nicks it, but he doesn't really do any damage. And Darlakor just laughs. That's his. Peter Hans, who had previously sat down to prep some long tube-like thing, sees Charn and he goes, "Charn, backblast, backblast." Charn jumps out of the way, and Mr. Peter, I'm gonna get the names confused all the fucking time now, shoots an RPG at this large target, aiming carefully, of course, having taken a full turn, and his crack grenade flies wide. I actually gave him the wrong modifier and he still missed, which sucks. Because I can be like, no, it actually jams. Oh shit. Did I make this reliable? I did not, so it jammed. So this thing, he clicks the button, but it doesn't go off, and he doesn't know what's going on. So he goes, Charn radios back over the public comm, and he goes, "I thought you said backblast, you numbskull." And Peter goes, "I don't know what's wrong. I haven't used my RPG in a long time." So he fails to hit the demon of the warp. Why is that thing got? There's like a purple haze.
You mean the little...
The purple line.
I accidentally drew that. I don't know how to get rid of it.
If you click on it,
Nice.
I can get rid of it.
Uh...
I can't, which is odd.
There we go.
Okay, good. I did manage to grab it at the last second there. Okay, so then Inquisitor Thraxis, having expended his Arbitrator ID, which was clearly just a fake that he carried with him as a quote-unquote keepsake, but was obviously a digital weapon, always planned for this this usage, takes another shot with his Stormbolter, aiming carefully at the massive beast, and hits him for 15 damage.
That one's blue.
Technically, it's a Righteous Fury, but he's rolling 3d10, and it's 3d10 K1. So technically, I don't think that works out as a Righteous Fury. I'm gonna say it's not. So that's his turn. Gerwulf similarly is not here, so I'm gonna have to roll for him again. And he shoots with his bolt pistol, aiming carefully, but misses. And Dieter Franz shoots with his gun on full auto again for a net plus 40, but misses, blowing a blast of clips into the air. The lumberjack is very close, but not in range yet. You can hear Eric over the comms to you, Cato. I'm almost there. It'll only take another second. And you see this, Cato, so before it's your turn, you see this shining gleam of copper run up behind Thraxis. And you can't hear it, but what you see is a woman with no helmet but bright copper armor. Over her left, her right, your left breast is a fleur-de-lis in yellow and purple. On her arm, her right arm, it's her right. No, I'm sorry, her left arm, there is the symbol of the Inquisition, and she has a low cigar lit sticking out of her mouth. She runs towards the demon, and about probably 50 meters away or so, she lunges deep, grasping a T-shaped item from her belt, emblazoned also with the fleur-de-lis and an imperial aquila. She runs continually at the abomination. She lunges low and jumps. Rockets in her boots and on her back fire, sending her high into the air, where she holds her outstretched arms. In her left hand is that cross with the fleur-de-lis on it. She brings her hands above her mid-air, and you see a bright blue-green flame shoot out of the top of this T-bar. And she brings it down with full force over the demon's arm, hacking it off. Darlakor, you're now minus an arm. And you also take 10 damage. It's 10 damage.
How many arms does it have?
It has 3. But you take 10 damage straight up, Darlakor. She hacks off his arm, and it drops to the ground, and the demon is shocked. She keeps running, and she runs past. She actually runs up right near you, Jay. And you see her full face. She has this pinkish red hair and dark tan skin. And she turns around and goes, "You're gonna need some ice for that burn, darling." And that's her turn. The lumberjack is done. Cato, it is your turn. This thing is looking pretty worse for the wear, but it's not quite dead yet.
Okay, first thing, tech use test for the ballistics go. Okay, so does that mean it now runs a ballistic check?
Hang on one sec. Yes, so you do a ballistics check against a ballistics of 35, which is bog standard. Alright, so you hit. Go ahead and roll damage. Alright, so you do 11 damage. Go ahead and take that, Mr. Darlakor.
Okay, so for the Medicae skull, can that reach Jayce? Does it need to start like moving that way?
You can have already sent it in his general direction, so it can be arriving there now. However, let's see, how would that work? I guess I would say that you could have ordered it. So here's how it can work. If you ordered it towards Jay last turn, then it's already there, and Jay can use his tech use to try to make a Medicae test based on your Medicae skill. Because it's going to use your Medicae skill for now as a proxy. It's assisting with Medicae rolls. It's not actually doing the medical stuff on its own. So actually, do you even have the Medicae skill?
I do, but it is quite low.
Did you? Hang on. Where are you? I lost your thing. There you are. Yeah, that should be trained, and it should also be against int. So advanced skills always start off checked. So it's actually again 33. So if you make a tech use test, you'd have to get over to him to apply Medicae, to apply medic, like first aid to him. So you can start running over there. And maybe call to him over comm beads, say come to me, and then this thing would follow you. That's really what has to happen.
All right, I don't think that's really worth it then. It's gonna take too long to get together. So I'm just gonna do a semi-auto burst.
All right, shoot him. All right, so you hit him twice. Go ahead and roll your damage. Do another attack. And you hit him once more. Hit him for a net of 5 damage. So as this thing continues to take more and more damage, its black blood pours over it and forms a crystal sheet of armor. It will not die. It is a massive abomination of the warp. So you will continue to do less damage as this fight goes on. Go ahead and mark off another use of your thing. Darlakor, it is your turn. What would you like to do?
I am able to move 1 square as a half action?
Yeah, you can move 1 square always. That 1 square is your limit. You can do it as a half action or full action, but you're moving 1 square because you're huge and hulking and it's hard for you to move.
Fair enough. First thing, willpower for that, followed by regenerate roll, because I pass.
I'm going to take care of your wounds now.
Okay. And then follow that up with I cast precognitive strike, which let me make sure.
I'm going to say that you can reach Dieter, Thoraxis, and Peter.
From my current location?
From your current location.
For melee. Okay.
For melee, yeah. Because he has like super long arms. And then you could take a step and attack Gerwulf or Charn or this new lady.
So first things first, precognitive strike, because that is a free action of the warp.
All right.
And I pass that with no perils. I then would like to do an all-out attack against Dieter.
All right.
So, plus 42 weapon skill.
No. Franz is going to die.
See, where is the thing? There's the thing. Modifier 40.
There's a very good chance that he's gonna.
Oh!
Yeah. So you hit him solidly with your claw, backhanding him.
Roll damage?
Dieter, right? Yeah, roll
Yeah.
damage.
That is totally not it.
Yeah, that's the wrong thing.
Plus another...
Plus your strength, right? Strength bonus. Yeah, so it calculates your strength bonus for you, but it did it wrong.
Because
so
of the unnatural.
It's 2 plus 12 for you. So it's 14 total rending damage. Because you need to basically add 8 to that.
Yep.
So when you roll damage for this, just roll it manually and roll 1d5 plus 8. So
Okay.
14 minus his toughness of 3, which is 11, minus his armor. Where'd you hit him?
See,
You hit it 2
51
damage. 51 is the
body.
body. No, that's the head. Nope, it's the right arm. So you smack this guy, going from left to right in his right arm. He has 4 armor and 3 toughness. So that's -7 off of 14, 7 total. You smack him, but good, and you throw him across this square. That was a half action to make that. No, it's an all-out attack, right?
Yep.
All right, so that's your turn. Jay, you ran for full action, so you still have an unloaded weapon right now. What would you like to do?
I'm gonna continue to run because I don't feel like my shotgun's gonna do anything against that fucking crystal armor. So 2 squares. Here.
All right, so you book it out of there. Charn makes another glorious charge, attacking the Mega Beast. Shit's going down tonight. Charging the Mega Beast for 20, but misses, and just can't make his weapon connect. And the woman looks at him and goes, "You Imperial God fool, you can't hurt that thing with that." And that's his turn. Peter Hans, having failed with the RPG last time, refuses to fail again, and makes his attack, aiming carefully and shooting at the massive thing, but still fucking misses because he's a fucking loser who skipped that day in fucking Imperial Guard school. What a dick. And once again, he shouted backblast to Charn to get him out of the way, and it didn't do anything, but you know, there it is. So Thraxis screams and he goes, "I've had enough of this. Hack!" And you see another lumbering thing carrying a just impossibly huge weapon, and he actually looks like he's maybe closer to you than he is. So like, you can see where the lumberjack is, and you can see where this guy is, and it looks like he's either much further away or much closer to you than he should be, or really, really big. And he comes in screaming, I assume. What does he scream, Hack?
He doesn't scream anything. He's just like, ah!
Yeah, so he's just screaming, just making noise, and makes an attack against this thing, jumping similar to what this other woman did, but with far less grace. And he makes his attack. What would go ahead and roll an attack for me, Hack?
I can do that. Just make sure that.
So he swings and misses, but he spins around and sinks his axe into the leg of Darlakor, and it actually like gets stuck there. And he looks at it and it looks kind of sad, as it's stuck in there. He tries to pull it out. So that's his turn. And Gabriel Thraxis shoots at this thing with his Stormbolter once again. But this time he's tired of this business. So once I find his character sheet, he's probably going to blow this thing to hell. Actually, I think you know what he's going to do. I know exactly what he's going to do. He casually walks up to this thing and reaches at his pocket and grabs something else. It looks like a small pistol. You can't really tell what it is. He's at point blank range. It's a massive target, and he aims as he does this because he has shoot from the hip, which means he can do that. He hits with 10 degrees of success with something he calls the Wrath of Saul. It's a single shot weapon, but when you have 10 degrees of success, bad things happen to you. And he does 15 damage, ignoring all armor. This thing explodes as this melt-a-gun literally evaporates it. As it falls, you know, what's left of it falls to the ground, plopping on the ground, leaving an ooze of black blood. You see Thraxis shoot some more of the black blood with his melt-a-gun. And Angelos's head rolls over and looks at Thraxis and says, "This isn't over, Inquisitors." And then his eyes close and he dies. And that is the end of this little demon host and our good friend, and also heretic, Mr. Angelos.
I fucking knew it.
So Charn walks over to Angelos's body and retrieves his old pistol and shakes his head, and then walks over to Thraxis and he goes, "It appears you came not a moment too soon, sir." And he hands him this. He's sort of like holding his old pistol by like the edge and plops it in front of him. He goes, "Can you take care of that?" And Thraxis looks at him and just sort of chuckles. He goes, "Of course," and shoots it with his melt-a-gun. He also continues to shoot all the remaining bits of this demon host and Angelos, leaving them completely evaporated and gone. Anything he touched, completely destroyed. Hak Dar looks at Thraxis and expects to be told like what to do. The woman walks back over towards the Inquisitor and says, "Sir, I don't rightly know what that was. Well, I know what it was, but I don't want to say what it was. But if that's what's going on around here, we have a problem." And she drops her spent low cigar and grabs another one from inside her armor and lights it with her sword, and then turns her sword off and puts it back on her belt. What would you guys like to do?
Did Angelos's power sword?
Yes, it's gone. It's gone.
Everything.
Everything. It was all warp tainted.
That's unfortunate.
So clearly, by the way, what happened on that adventure, Darlacor must have corrupted Angelos.
I'm going to get on my comm beads with Eric and ask him why it took him so long to get here. Because I imagine he's just pulling up right now.
He is. He actually he's crashing through the low stuff and so there's a bunch of these like Aegis barricades and other things in this area. You guys walk through it easily because it's just brush to you, and you can just sort of lumber over it. But the lumberjack he can't turn on the plasma cutters in town. He would burn the whole town down. So he had to like drive through it and slog through it, which is very difficult. And he tells you this much. He goes, I came as fast as I could, but we just couldn't get here, and that lady, she just lopped his arm off, and then the dude stuck his axe in there, and I don't know, I was just supposed to work on servo skulls today. What do you want me to do?
I want you to have
It's all
less
good,
excuses.
And so he just sort of like nods and goes, "Now I gotta get this thing back to the shop. Charn's gonna have my ass." And Charn comes over the comm beads and goes, "Eric, what are you doing?" And Charn goes, he told me to bring it here. I did what he told me." He's like, "It's okay, Charn. I'm not angry. It's not like last time. It's okay. Just he doesn't say Charn. He says, Eric, it's not like last time. It's okay. Just take it back to the Mechanicus building and try not to, break anything else." And Charn goes, or Eric goes, okay, fine. And so he starts driving back. It's really hard to jump between accents, and for some stupid reason, I just added 2 more, and it's not a good time for me. So, surely, the Inquisitor looks at you all and wonders to himself what's going on, and he looks around and he says, "Eliza, give me a moment. I need to speak to my acolytes." And Hak follows right behind him. He also had his axe destroyed, but Thraxis sort of consoles him because he looks very sad that he doesn't have his axe, and he says, "It's okay, we'll get you another." And he walks over to the group of you, and Gerwulf sort of walks over, and he says, "What in the 7 thrones is going on?"
Bad things, sir.
I sent you here to root out chaos and heretics, and mostly to stay out of my way. And 3 weeks ago, I received a message from this good commander saying you've been all over the place finding Magos who are mad and orcs. What the hell are you doing?
Hey man, shit's been going down out here. You guys chose to ignore this place for a while. Maybe that's not a problem. Maybe that's not our problem.
And Teacher sort of walks off, and this is obviously not a conversation he needs to participate in. And he goes over to the Medicae hut to be dealt with. And Peter, of course, goes with him because they're buddies. Charn walks over towards the Inquisitor and he goes, Inquisitor, I'm sorry if my message was unclear. I meant to only give the utmost praise to these young men. Admittedly, I did give praise to Angelos as well. In retrospect, that seems folly, but these young men have done quite well. Young men and tech priest, but I only meant praise, no disdain. And Thraxus looks sidelong at him and he just sort of shakes his head. He goes, I sent you here to stay out of the way and not cause trouble. I thought if I sent you to this world, you would not be in my trouble. You would not trouble me anymore. Instead, it seems that you all managed to summon a demon host. You all managed to find mad tech priest long dead. You managed to find all of the things that you should not find. Hak, and Hak, what do you do when he calls you? Hak, you're going to stay here and help them. Do you understand?
Hak understands, small man.
Hak, why don't or Tim, why don't you give us a quick description of Hak?
Hak is from a feral world. He is incredibly low in intelligence. He also has a quirk called the Power of Names, where the only person that he is allowed to say the name of.
I meant more physically.
Oh, fair enough. He's about 7'3", weighs about 290 pounds, and basically just rips things apart. So
he's a big, dumb, half space. He's like a midget space marine, basically.
Pretty much.
He looks at Hak and goes, Hak, you will stay here. Do you understand?
Hak understands, small man.
Okay. And so he sort of pushes you over towards the group. He goes, I'm going to leave my new prized acolyte, Hak, and he sort of looks at him like prized is maybe an overstatement. He's going to help you. You will make sure that he does well. And the woman, Eliza, who you caught the name of, comes up behind Thraxus and he goes, Thraxus, you best leave me here to keep an eye on these sons of bitches. And Thraxus looks back at her and he goes, why would I do that? Because everyone knows that thrown damn sons of bitches like these only listen to their mamas. And I'm the baddest bitch here, you heard? And Thraxus looks back at her and he goes, if you want to stay, fine. And he walks back towards his cutter and he goes, I will let you know when I'm coming back for you, Eliza. Make sure they don't cause more trouble. And he walks off to his cutter, and you see it take off a few moments later when he gets there. The woman walks over to you and she goes, he's pissed at you. What do you guys do?
He's pissed all the time.
So both of you talked at the same time, and I only heard one of you. And she looks at you, Jay, and goes, of course he's pissed all the time. He's an Inquisitor.
Yeah, but look at this. We get sent down to this shithole world that nobody even wants to go to. We root out we kill the guy that's fucking corrupted, and then we get, hey, we got a corrupted dickhole in our group. We kill him. He has to come down and bail our ass out. And now we got a 7-foot Down syndrome baby we got to take care of. What the shit?
Why is little man angry?
Shit, boy, tell me how you really feel. Tech Priest, what were you gonna say? I couldn't quite hear you.
I resent the accusation that we haven't been doing stuff down here. I mean, all we've been doing is destroying the enemies of the Emperor.
It seems to me like you've been finding them. I hadn't seen you destroy any of them until I took that thing's arm off. So I'm gonna have to I'm gonna have to take that under advisement, if you understand what I mean.
Better found than unfound, my dear.
I ain't anybody's dear, son. And she looks at you with furious intent. And she like just stares you down and is not blinking.
Calm down, Cupcake. We're all friends here.
She lights up her sword and holds it to your throat. She goes, I am an adepta sororitas, and you will respect me or I will force you to.
Hey, calm down. We're all friends here.
Why little man scared?
Light
It's only glowy sword. Why scared?
And she looks at Hak and she sort of like pats him on the shoulder and goes, good boy, you stay there. Mm-hmm. And she tosses him like a little piece of meat or something that she's like, or like food, like just like a food pellet. And Hak clearly catches it out of the air like a well-trained dog. Charn looks at Eliza and says, ma'am, I think that you will find that despite their not having destroyed the enemies of the Emperor yet, they are well on their way to destroying them. And she looks back at me and says, I will require your office. You will need to find a new one. He goes, of course, whatever you need. And walks her off towards his office. Her power armor clinks as they walk away.
Pissing her Cheerios before we leave.
So, you guys now have a new party member named Hak. You'll learn more about him, obviously, over time. What do you guys want to do?
I have a quick question out of character.
Yeah,
Does
sure.
my bond resolve, or is that just unresolved?
Well, so let's deal with Angelos's bonds right now, because that is a good question. I'm pretty sure it's my first adventure. Probably does, because we've gone through and resolved that as much as possible. It is definitely, we know all about it now, and we're not going to learn anything new. So I think that resolves. And Hak, I'll let you take the experience for that, but at that same 10% or 75% discount. So you can get 75% of 50 XP.
I have to do that math. It's like 37?
Go ahead and make it 40. We'll just call it 40. So
Mine's Angelos is off in the butt of my jokes. And I'm probably going to be making jokes at that dickhole's expense for quite a while, so I'm not going to resolve mine.
Okay. Angelos withholds tech secrets. You're clearly never going to learn anything about that anymore. So I'll say that you never got a chance to learn about it because it was destroyed with his body. So I'll say you can take that, but you get 25 XP instead of the full 50. In Hak, you don't get anything for that.
Okay.
And those things can be resolved. Let me look at Gerwulf, make sure he doesn't have any. What's the Gerwulf? He never wrote any down, so he doesn't get any.
I had one for Angelus that said, he doesn't trust me, and for good reason.
Indeed, for good reason. So I guess he'll get 50. I'll put that on his sheet.
And I would get 40?
Hak can take his 40, yeah. 50. I need to roll you a fortune, right, Hak?
Yes, I believe so. Let's see. Yeah, I don't have any fortunes.
Okay, cool. So that's done. And then let me pull up the sheet for fortunes. One of these things. Fortune table. All right, go ahead and roll me a 1d100, please.
Rolling.
77.
What
a
page?
child's toy will turn out to have a sinister purpose. Child's toy will turn out to have a sinister purpose.
Isn't he a walking giant child's toy?
It depends on what he can convince me of. I think he's probably better described as a giant walking child, more so than a child's toy. So Hak, before Thoraxis left, he told Charn to issue you a new great axe like the one you had before it was, destroyed by the foul demon of the warp.
Axe make Hak happy.
Exactly. And so it's a shiny new axe. It's gray and shiny, and you can look at yourself in it. You guys now have this new party member. By the way, Hak was a guardsman at one point, so that's his class. Just so you know. And you guys can decide what you want to do from here. You have a couple service girls to hang out with you, and
I want to go find some band-aids because I got fucked up by the Holocaust.
Me too.
all right. So you guys can walk over to the Medicaid room where you guys were before with Peter and Dieter. And while you're there, Charn walks down to see you all and to make sure that you're getting appropriate medical care from his. And you guys should be in the other room. I'm sorry, I keep putting you in the comm control room. You should be in there, so I'm just gonna move you.
Whoa. Oh, sorry. Out of character. Do you have the other form of the token? The one that's been colored for Hak, by chance?
That is the one that's been colored, I think. See?
My gosh.
That's fucking terrifying. Is that what we have to look at?
Yes, constantly.
Why is it getting bigger?
So it is. It's just
I
here. It's a little
involuntarily
bit.
throw up at seeing him and actually looking at him.
It's pretty fucking badass, though, right? That's a badass picture, dude. Yeah, that is the colored one. It just doesn't look colored from here because it's a very dark background.
Fair enough.
So it looks very black.
God.
Oh, whoa. Why there are two of you?
That's why I was asking. The one I originally had doesn't look like the one that was been colored.
The circle one is the one you should be using. I'll put you back on the board.
Grazie.
Oh, whoa. Oh, you know what happened? I know what happened. Hang on a second. I have to fix... The token is different than its picture right now.
Yay! Color make Hak happy.
Show the nameplate. I'm gonna try to get all your nameplates turned on consistently, but okay. So you guys start healing up. You stay here long enough to get healed up. You all have fresh wounds, so they're easier to treat than sort of half closed and badly set wounds. So you guys can all go back to full health. And 13. And Charn looks at you all and goes, I'm sorry. She was obviously... he walks in and goes, the woman's name, Eliza May Thracio Kwellin. She's a member of the Adeptus Sororitas, the Sisters of Battle. They tend to be a little bit grumpy, but she seems like a decent enough person. So I think once she calms down from having killed the demon host, you probably like her a lot better. She enjoys low cigars, Jay, and I think that you two will bond over your appreciation. She also likes to drink, and he kind of like stumbles and like blinks his eyes, and he goes, she likes to drink a lot. I'm gonna need to order more Amasek. Remind me.
Double that order.
Absolutely, sir. And Peter and Dieter are just looking at him and sort of smiling.
I put my hands behind my back so we can get like a double high five going on.
And they sort of lightly tap because they don't want to insult their commander, who is clearly a little bit worse for wear. He looks back at you and he goes, she has been instructed by Thraxis to oversee your procedures here as they prepare to figure out what will happen to Protelis. They have told me to ensure my unit is mobilized at all times. Can you roll? He looks hesitant. Can you all roll a fellowship test? Except Hak, I'm sorry. Hak, you're new. You don't get to roll one.
Hak sad.
So he looks at you, Jay. I didn't roll one for Gerwulf. That's fine. Someone passed. So he looks at you, Jay, and he goes, Jay, they only ask me to do that when something bad is coming. Whenever there's an invasion, whenever there's some sort of sanctioned extremists. Whenever something bad happens, that's when they tell us to stay mobile. Whatever we're doing here, we need to resolve quickly and with fierce justice to prevent tragedy from occurring. Do you understand what I mean, Jay?
I understand exactly. Keep your people safe.
Okay. Thank you, Jay. Ensure that the medics give you the best care. They always do, of course. And he sort of smiles at you and goes, I will triple that order of MSEC. Because I am in command of this base now. And he walks out, sort of stumbly, and towards his quarters. Which isn't his office, but that's where I'm going to put him. He also mentioned to you that there is a Inquisition headquarters just below his office where you guys can congregate, store things, keep prisoners, examine stuff, have tools of your own. There's an interrogation room attached. They repurposed another building that they were using for that purpose. So, now you guys are all healed up. What do you want to do?
Did we ever give the doc all the shit we brought back from our flooded graveyard?
You did not. So you can go talk to the doc about some of the stuff that you found. I believe the journal was burned with... Or did you give that to him? I don't remember. Angelos, do you remember
we gave him a journal, and he tried to copy some stuff, and it got destroyed in the process.
Oh, right. You also found some books that you and Gerwulf have, Cato, that you can have him inspect and see if he finds anything interesting. It'll take a few charges of that sack in order to do it. Let's see, what else? You could also go back and look for more stuff. In fact, you can go back and on your way have him inspect things. Yeah, so you can do that. I don't really think there's anything else for you guys to inspect right now. There's nothing sort of active, besides more investigation at the Grand Praetia Hotel. There are certainly some more random ruins that you can inspect that aren't related necessarily. And, there's still the issue of dealing with that green goo and maybe researching more into that. Claudius might have some ideas about where you can go to figure out what's going on with that.
I think we should go talk to the doctor.
Absolutely. And we need to go check on Eric, because he seemed pretty frazzled.
All right. So you guys all want to walk over there? I'll just move you all at once. Because I have...
I'll move myself.
You're not my real dad.
So you walk in, and Eric has parked the lumberjack, and Claudius is standing nearby, and Eric is looking a little bit frazzled still. He's frantically reorganizing things on his desk, and he looks behind you with his pick sensor and sort of says, "Hi, everybody," and goes back to work. Claudius looks at you, Jay, and goes, Eric is not having a good day. He's not having a good day.
That's all right, Doc. We got some stuff we want you to look at. We'll take care of Eric. You don't worry about it.
Okay. Well, what do you need? What do you need me to look at? What is it?
Well, we were down in the basement before it got flooded, and we had to run out and have you come rescue us. We actually got a bunch of paperwork out in the basement room.
And he looks over. He looks over at Cato and Gerwulf and can see some books sort of hanging out of their collective bags and backpacks and so on. He goes, "Are those them? Are those the books?" The books.
Yep. You guys want to give the doc the stuff?
Yeah, okay, so here are a couple books.
Are you giving him the books? Are you giving him a few books, or are you giving him the bag of books?
Let's start with one book, and we could go from there.
And he takes the book out and looks at it, and he goes, "This is boring, I already have this one." And he throws it behind him.
Well, can you not throw the books, please?
And he goes, "Why? I already have that one. That one's boring. It's just about simple
Yeah,
things."
but I don't have that one. And now it's
Well, you can
it's
just use
slightly
mine.
ruined. I can't get as good.
You
good
can just
resale on it.
Why would you sell a book?
To people who don't have that book.
Why would you sell a book? It belongs in a library. And he like shakes with anger. And Eric reaches out with a utility mechanandrite and pats him on the shoulder. He goes, "It's okay, calm down." And he turns around and he goes, "What kind of books do you have? What do you want to learn?"
I'm gonna go pull one out of Gerwulf's sack and give it to him.
Okay, so both of you need to mark. Well, both Cato and Gerwulf need to mark off one use.
What about this, Doc?
And he looks at it. He goes, "It'd really be better if you just gave me the whole bag to just look through it." And he looks at the book and he goes, "This is more interesting." And he sort of like hums over it for a minute and goes silent because I'm looking for his character sheet and I can't find it. I thought I had it open. I do not. And he looks at it and he rolls an intelligence check. How'd he do? And he doesn't. He looks at it and he goes, "This doesn't have anything of use. This is about running a business. It's something about being an effective manager. It reads like a self-help book. It's boring and dumb." And he hands it back to you, and then he goes, "There, now you can sell it." And he looks at you with like this, like look of disgust. It's just like, "You can sell it." And he sort of spits the word out.
I chuckle and hand it to Cato, and I'm just gonna grab everything that Gerwulf had on him books-wise and just give it to the Doc.
Can you all hear me now?
Yep.
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, sorry. So you grab everything from Gerwulf. You grab his whole backpack
His whole backpack of all the books.
of all the books. Okay, let me grab this. Where's his sheet gone? I keep losing his sheet. It's really annoying. So he never put it in his thing.
I think he only had like 2 or 3.
Okay, so you hand him a couple more books. Let's say you hand him 2 more books. Claudia's is gonna roll 2 more checks. That one turned out to be a manual on the repair of ancient plumbing. And this one turns out to be actually pretty useful. It's about the history of a world called Praetia. And it says that Praetia was a hive world from the mid 35th millennium. And it talks about the culture here, or the culture there, and it talks about it's sort of like a travel log almost, and it just sort of talks about the different places you could go to see, and they talk about the Grand Praetia Hotel as being one of the finest establishments, finest hotels and resorts on the planet. So that's all that Gerwulf had.
I guess, begrudgingly, I can give him 1 more of my books.
And he looks at you and goes, "If you just gave me the bag, I might not need to go through them all to figure out which ones are the good ones."
No, 1 book at a time.
Okay. And he looks at you and he goes, "I guess it's because you want to sell them." And he looks very angry and hurt. He is, after all, a member of the Adeptus Administratum. This is his thing. Go ahead. You hand him another book.
I do.
All right, so you mark off another charge, and he looks at it, and he sees it's another travel log. It has a lot of the same information as the last. It does have one other interesting tidbit. There was a name change petition going on Praetia at the time that this traveler was here. It was later in the 35th millennium, and it doesn't mark what the names were, but there was a petition to change the name of the planet. That's all you see.
Okay. I'll give him one more book.
All right, mark off another use. And he looks at this book. How did he fail? Wow, that's amazing. So he didn't really fail. He looked at this and he goes, "Oh, whoa, Eric, Eric," and Eric turns around and he goes, "What?" He goes, "I found out something. Well, tell them. That's why they gave you the book. But it's..." And he looks back at you, and he looks at Eric, and he looks at the book, and he looks at you, and he looks at Eric, and he looks at the book. "This has the results of the poll."
The fuck is the poll?
The poll that changed the name of the planet.
Wait, whoa, time out. This is not always Proteus.
And he looks at you, and he hands you the book, and he points at a passage, and the passage reads, "The petition to change the name of the planet Praetia to Proteus has passed. Technomagos Angabar Gamma has been recorded as saying that he is very pleased at the name change. High society in Praetia will never be the same, as we have changed the name from the High Gothic to the Low Gothic." And that's the end of the quote. And he looks at you and he goes, "I don't think we're on Proteus anymore."
Mind blown.
I take out my little glow light and I put it above Jayce's head.
And Eric reaches out with his utility mechadendrite and turns it off. And he goes, "Blue lights, you moron!"
Thank you. Thank you. I thought we had a rule. Can we do? Is there any red cellophane in this fucking place?
And Eric turns around and he goes, "Yes, of course there is. We're the fucking Imperial Guard. All we have is flashlights and red cellophane." And he hands
Thank
you a
you.
roll of this stuff, which you can
Dude,
do with what you will.
I want to fucking triple it up and just fucking jam as much red cellophane into that light as we can.
All right, you do so. And now the glow lamp glows 1 meter less distant, but it glows red instead of blue.
Worth it. I'm gonna glare a little bit at Cato. No more blue lights, ever. Point. Ever.
Fine.
So Claudius looks at you, Cato, and he goes, "Do you have any more books?"
Nope.
"You're all out of books. I see there are more books in your bag."
Why'd you ask if I had any more? If you say that I have more.
Are you holding out on the dock, man?
Because it's impolite not to ask.
Just give him the books, man.
Fine. I'll give you one more.
We almost fucking drowned for that shit.
Mark off another use. 1 second. Where did I put his intelligence check? And so as he looks at this book, he reads through it, and he starts at the beginning. He hasn't started at the beginning with any of these other books. He just sort of opened in the middle and started reading, which is a speed reader knows that if you just start in the middle of a book, you can kind of get the sense of what the book is about really quickly. Even though you won't know all the details, you'll be able to know what the book is about and be able to answer questions very quickly. So he starts at the beginning, which is odd. And he starts reading, and he's reading about a page a second. It's very, very quick. He's just through the book. And he sits there for a few minutes, and he starts mumbling something about the Ordo Pila Ignium. And he keeps saying it over and over. He's Ordo Pila Ignium, Ordo Pila Ignium, Ordo Pila Ignium. And he looks up at you, Cato, and he goes, "Cato, do you have a book in there about rogue traders?"
Don't know. Let me take a peek.
If so, the way these book bags work, if you take out a book, it'll be what you want. It'll be the book you want. When you hand it to someone else, they have to make an intelligence check, and then it'll be the book that they want. So you can take out a book, and it'll be about rogue traders. It'll be about exactly the thing that you want it to be about.
Okay. Then I'll take out a book then about rogue traders.
So you pull out a book, and it's a journal, written, and it says at the bottom, it says written by Tertullius Termuntius, a rogue trader. And Claudius looks at you and he goes, it's written by Tertullius Termuntius, right?
That is the author's name, yes.
And he walks over to his a little desk that he set up in the Mechanicus HQ, and he beckons you to come over, and he lays out this other book, and he goes, this book was written by, the first name is not readable, but it's written by Kwellin, and it's Quellallain, Kwellin. And he goes, he talks about another rival rogue trader he's trying to buy out. The rogue trader's name was Tertullius Termuntius. Tertullius Termuntius, in this book, the Kwellin rogue trader suggests that he might be a member of this Ordo Pila Ignium. Do you know what Ordo Pila Ignium means?
I do not.
And he says in Old High Gothic, that's the language that it is, and in Low Gothic it translates to something like, and he sort of ponders for a minute. He goes, it translates to something like Order of the Fiery Spear, and it shows the symbol that they had. And he shows you a symbol. Jay, how close are you to these guys? Are you like right behind them, or?
Give me 2 seconds. I don't know if that's the tornado siren or if that's something else going off.
Okay, well, if it's tornado siren, deal with that. That's very important.
Bring your laptop into the bathroom and we'll continue.
Play Jay in the tub.
So he keeps looking at you and just like, is he gonna come over soon? It looks like he just heard a tornado siren. And he's like pondering a little bit. So in the meantime, is there anything either you want to buy?
I do want to do something, but not buy.
Okay.
I want to use my one spare part and make a trinket for Eric to cheer him up.
Okay. Go ahead and roll. What kind of trinket are you trying to make? What's it do?
It's gonna be a little trinket of me, and it'll light up when he presses a button. And
Is it gonna-
maybe
is it
it'll
gonna-
have like some voices.
Is it
me
going to light
in
up blue or red?
Green.
Okay. All right, so you want it to light up green, and it's going to have like a voice recording in it, like a Vox recording?
Yeah, and it'll be my voice with like some pithy sayings like, are you
In
asking
binary
me or
can't.
telling me?
In binary can't, obviously.
Yes.
Okay. Go ahead and roll tech use at like a plus 30. All right, so you make a little trinket, and it says pithy sayings like, are you asking me or telling me? And it sort of bobbles a little bit when it shakes. Whenever there's a little bit of vibration around, it'll bobble back and forth. And it looks like a little tech priest.
Okay, and now I'll go over and give it to Eric.
And Eric looks at you and he goes, What do you do? What is this? And he like holds it up with one of his mechadendrites and he sort of shakes it. And he looks at you and he looks at it and he looks at you and he expects you to say something.
I stay silent for a minute.
And he utters in binary can, he goes, did you make me a bobblehead?
I mean, you could consider it that. It's a little low. I like to think
he
of it
reaches
more as
over.
like,
Can you roll a fellowship test? And at a plus 20, because you're good buddies with Eric. How the fuck did you fail that? Why are you
Fate
all
point.
rolling so... Okay,
Fate
fate point.
Oh god, why do we need to use fate points?
To avoid the tornado, obviously. Alright, so he reaches over to a closed cabinet, which he opens, and you see dozens of bobbleheads that he has clearly built for himself. And some of them light up, and some of them say things, and as he opens them, like, different ones will do different things. And he reaches with his mechadendrite and puts it in there with his little collection. He goes, thank you, Cato. That's pretty good of you. Can you add a talent called Friend Eric Berga. It's like Pier, but it's only for one person.
And while all this is going on, and after Eric opens the thing, Hak sees all these bobbleheads and runs over to the light, like, ooh, pretty lights, and starts poking at some of them.
And Eric, as you run towards his prized collection of bobbleheads, reaches out and arrests you with his mechadendrites. And it's odd because Hak is not used to people stopping him dead in his tracks, but Eric does, because Eric is basically a machine. And Hak doesn't get very close to the mechadendrites. And he looks at you and goes, "Hey, big dumb guy, don't get too close. You look dangerous and probably clumsy."
But shiny things. But shiny.
It's like, look, he has the intelligence of the dumbest thing that you can think of.
I can fucking tell, dude. That guy, he fails a blood test. Okay, that's
right.
He's not all the screws in the golden throne. You know what I mean?
Blood? I like blood.
No touch.
Where blood? I want more blood.
No touch.
Blood.
and Eric looks at you and goes, "Hold on a minute." And he turns around and he gets he sort of grabs some loose parts floating around and puts them all together and fills it up with some oil that he has dyed red. And he goes, "Hak, look over here. Watch this." And he holds up the gun, and there's like a open palm trigger, so it's a really big trigger. And he squirts it, and a little bit of red oil shoots out across the room. And he goes, "Over there. Over there is where the blood is." Hak, what do you do?
I run towards the blood, like, blood!
Eric tosses the thing up and sort of grabs it by the barrel. There we go. And he hands it over to you, Jay, and he says, that should help with that.
Oh, thank you. Now at least we can keep the adults talking for a while.
It's like that guy. Blunt instrument is the word that comes to mind.
Yeah.
So anyway,
I feel like that we just survived a demon hose popping up. That Cato might need some mechadendrites, and this might be the time to do it.
I was talking to him about it a little earlier. He said he's gonna try to get something. I'm gonna talk to Frankie over at the Q Master, and we'll see what we can do. It's gonna take me a little while. I gotta put something on order for him.
I think we should do that. Cause you know what?
It does take a little while to install them, you know. So I can't go into all the details. Obviously, you know, tech priest, not tech priest, but well, we're gonna set him up. He's gonna be set up good. And so Jay, as you guys are dealing with Hak and his obsession with the blood, how close are you to Cato and Claudius? Cato, you're sort of back over with Claudius. I'm gonna move you back over there.
I moved over next to Eric when Hak ran over to grab his shit. So
okay, so Claudius shows you, Cato, a symbol. It looks like the thing I just put in Skype. I'm gonna make a handout for it as well, because you're all gonna see it in a minute as a handout. Handout. And he goes, this is the symbol of the Order Pila Ignium, or the Order of the Flaming Spear. He says it's the secret society that Magos.
Do I see that?
You will in a minute, so you can
Okay.
take a look at it now. I assume that you're going to show this to everybody, Cato. Now he draws this. Previously, a few of you have actually seen this symbol, and it was not drawn by.
Only one of us is alive.
Well,
at the
yeah.
Though.
So there should be a Ordo Pila Ignium handout in the handout section for you guys to look at. So previously, one of you still present has seen this symbol, but it was not written in the same way that it was not sort of the approximation that Claudius is giving you. So it doesn't incur some of the same penalties. And he goes, this was the secret society that later became the cult of the Technomagus. And then he points and he sort of spits through the diary of the rogue trader Termuntius Tertullius, or how do I put that? I forget. Tertullius Termuntius, and he pulls over to a point, and he's sort of flipping through based on the date of the entry, and he finds the date, and he starts searching through very quickly, and he finds another drawing of the symbol, and it says next to the entry, or in the entry, it says, on this day I joined the prestigious Ordo Pila Ignium. Engabar Gamma himself invited me. I'm sure this will be good for me and my business. He then sort of looks at both of them and he goes, it'll take me a little while to read through these if you could leave them with me.
Absolutely, Doc. Anything for you, buddy.
And so he keeps reading through them, and he's like, it'll only be about half an hour or so.
You take your time.
So he keeps reading through them. He's sort of engrossed in it and doesn't really pay attention to you anymore. What do you guys want to do? Do you want to wait for him to be finished? Do you want to go try to do something
I'm going
else?
to call... Well, can I assume that I've seen that symbol, that I've been shown that?
Yes.
I'm going to call
well, actually, over. Cato, have you shown him? Have you
Yes.
shown everybody? Okay. Then yes.
I'm going to pull over to... Well, I'm going to assume Gerwulf's here, even though he's not.
Yeah, he's here. I'll be Gerwulf. Hak, I assume you're still off staring at the blood on the wall or floor or wherever it got squirted.
Yep.
Are you getting bored of that yet?
I did get bored of that, and I started moving around the Adeptus Mechanicus, picking up stuff and looking at it and trying to find something to play with.
And Peter and Dieter are following you around and looking over back at Eric and just sort of like nodding and noting that you aren't doing anything bad. And so they're going to follow you around.
To the group, I'm going to mention that symbol is the symbol of the Mad Tech Priest. I don't know if it is Engelbert or if it's somebody else that's just picking up the helm. That symbol was on Charn's data slate. That's what popped out all the corruption. That's significant, and we need to be careful with that, because I don't want another goddamn demon host coming up and trying to burn our faces off with another fucking Holocaust.
That makes a lot of sense.
And Gerwulf just sort of nods stoically and goes, yeah, that would be bad.
That would be bad. You should probably find a few new pistols to hide in your coat somewhere. Because goddammit, who needs 4 fucking ranged weapons? We're gonna have a talk later.
He goes, I do. And he's speaking through a gas mask, so it's like, I do.
Seriously, man, we need to have a talk.
Okay.
Now is not the time. But seriously, the symbol. Maybe we should take that to Charn. Maybe Charn has something that... Maybe he knows what... Charn was there, though, wasn't he? OOC?
Charn was there. He has seen the symbol before.
He wouldn't have had anything beyond that.
Probably.
But...
Although, I mean, at the time, he didn't really know who you were. So, it's always possible. He might say yes, he might say no.
Sister Frowny Biscuit, though, is a good place to start.
So, let me say this. You have, in the non-combat actions, there's a thing called Inquiry, which is basically when you go to work your content. This is another section in here, I think, too. No, I'm sorry.
That's a skill you can train. I didn't train.
Yeah, so there's Inquiry, which is like when you're working your contacts. I'm sorry, there's one called Work Your Contacts, which is just a straight-up fellowship test. And it can do all the same things Inquiry can do, but it's against your friends. So you'll get more bonuses based on how good of a friend you are. By the way, you can all take friend Charn Darfal, because you did save the guy's life. And that'll get you a +10 to working your contacts with Charn Darfal.
So put that in like the town.
Hak, you cannot have that because you didn't save him.
Hak sad.
It's probably okay because I don't think you're quite capable of like reasoning on that level. So, yeah.
What mean reasoning?
Exactly. It's okay, Hak, and from out of nowhere, one of the engine seers shoots another one of those little blood things at the wall, and it makes a little pattern. Hak, what do you do?
I run to the new blood to investigate it. I'm guessing it's like over here.
We should
Yeah, it's fine.
probably carry one of those.
And Eric looks at you, goes, "I'll make a few more." And he looks at Cato and goes, "The oil in it, it's just sacred machine oil, and you put in 2 drops of Callum Blue, and it makes it this nice red color, and it'll keep them occupied." And he sort of like binary cants at you the rest of the plan so that you know how to make these things and the ammo for them, so you can have them forever.
This could be useful.
All right, so you guys want to go talk to Charn?
Sounds like
I
a
don't
good
know.
plan.
Well, we
What?
could start with Charn, but we should probably hit up Sister Frowny Biscuit before we leave.
Okay. So they're up at Charn's office. Charn's moving out, and Frowny Biscuit is moving in.
I'm gonna walk over there.
Okay. Hak, are you gonna follow them?
Yeah, I'm starting to discover this blood isn't actual blood, and it's making me sad.
I'm gonna whisper to Hans and Franz and just try to keep him out of trouble. But if it becomes a problem, to let me know.
Gerwulf looks at Hak and he goes, "Hak, come here. I want to show you something." And he takes out his chainsword. And he goes, "Watch this." And he revs it. Hak, what do you do?
I stare intently at it, and I go to move to like try and touch it.
No, and he goes, "Not while it's running, not what." And you guys start like sort of arguing and dealing with it. And he looks over at you, Jay's like, "I'll take care of this," and you guys can go off to talk.
I can't even right now.
Oh god. Was that Jay talking or was that Butch talking?
No, that's Jay talking. He can't even right now.
Oh man, you hear more sounds than usual coming from the Mechanicus, and you know that it's probably Hak, and it's probably not a good thing. All right, so you come up around the corner to the office, and you hear some dull voices talking in the room, and you hear one of them has a southern drawl, and one of them is clearly Charn. Do you guys knock on the door or anything, or you just walk in?
Can I message Charn over the comm beads?
Yeah, you message him on the way over.
Yeah, to let him know that we were stopping by.
Okay, and you come up around the corner and you see the doors open. And Charn sees someone dark in the doorway, and he goes, "Yes, who is there?"
It's just Cato and Jay. We just
right.
came in for a little chat.
Come in, gentlemen, and Tech Priest, and make yourselves at home.
We left the dock looking over some paperwork we found at the Grand Pratia Hotel.
Yes.
We found the same symbol that was in Data Slate that started all this nonsense.
Oh dear. And he looks over and he goes, "Sister, you said you were quite knowledgeable about heretical cults. Is that correct?" And she looks at me and goes, "Yeah, I studied it. I know a bit. What's the symbol you're seeing there, son?"
Do we have a copy of it?
Yeah, you can kind of draw it. Yeah, you know what it looks like. You can draw it. This in paper.
I put it down on a piece of paper, hand to it. We've seen this in multiple locations. And any information, we'd be most grateful.
Let's see what I know about that right there. And she goes, "Oh yes, order pila ignium, right?"
Yeah, that's what the doc said.
She thinks about it a bit, and she says, "So what you're seeing there? That's a cult on a few worlds, as I recall. I believe it was on Pratia, it was on Koral, and I think there was a small sect on Scintilla at one point, but the sisters there took care of that with some ferocity, if you know what I'm saying.
I catch what you're saying, and I have a little tidbit of info.
Oh?
We are on Praetia.
No, son, we're on Posteris. It's not that hard to, read. I'm
We
sure a chastener like yourself maybe hasn't had all the book learning, but it is called Posteris, son.
We have paperwork. They took a vote and they renamed the planet. This is Praetia.
They did what now?
The doc still has the paperwork. He's looking over the books right now.
She taps on her neck and she goes, Claudius? And he goes, yes, who is this? She goes, are you telling me they took a thrown damn vote to change the name of this planet? She's become a lot more southern really fast. That was not intentional. And Claudius sort of replies back, goes, yeah, that's what the book says. That's what it says. She goes, get your adeptum whatever the fuck butt over here right now with those. And he goes, yes, ma'am, I'll be right there. And he goes, Eric, I have to go over to see Charn. And Eric goes, okay, fine. Hak, don't put that. Oh, god damn it, Hak. You know what, Hak? Why don't you go sit on the lumberjack? You sit right there. You stay there. No, don't. You don't. Stay.
I want to nicely ask her if she has any tips for dealing with Hak.
And she looks at you and goes, oh, it's very simple. And she hands you a bag of like little food pellets. And he goes, he loves these. They're made of something they make on that world. Oh, what was the name? Oh shoot, I do not remember. That world called Phasia. They're Phasian chocolates, and he just loves them. And he will be very calm if you just toss him one of these. He catches him out of it like a little dog. It's perfect. And you hear clambering up the stairs.
Come get this bag immediately.
So you hear clambering up the stairs, Claudius, and he sort of is like bumbling. He's got a bunch of papers and books with him. And he comes into the room, and he doesn't bother to knock or announce himself. And Charn goes, Claudius, did you bring the things that the sister asked for? And he goes, yes, sorry it took me so long. That Hak was breaking things. Eric was very mad. And she goes, now son, it's all right. Just show me what you found. And he goes and shows her these papers. And she looks at me and goes, all right, thank you very much. You take these. And she hands him a bag of that. And she, this will calm him right down. I put some sedatives in there. And he goes, oh, that's a good idea. And so he starts to walk back to the Mechanicus. And she goes, it really won't do much to him, but it does seem to make him a little bit, more pliable. Sedatives don't really work on Hak. He's just sort of he's what I like to call a blunt instrument. You know what I mean?
Nope.
You ain't never heard of what a blunt instrument
what Eric
is?
said.
Oh, well, that's because Eric's a good old boy. I know Eric. I met him once, I think, on Cadia. We was there for, that's another story for another time. So this says they took a thrown damn pole. I cannot believe, what do people do back then? It's just like they were just more stupid or something. He goes, well, so okay, so we're on Praetia. So there was 3 cults. There was Praetia, Urke Corral, and there was one on Scintilla. Now, they was working, as I recall, for a gentleman, well, I say gentleman, I mean fucking heretic, and she's like, pitches out her half burnt, down to the stub, low cigar on the ground, and she says that fucking heretic, I believe his name, Gamma, I believe it was 5,000 years ago or so.
Do you perhaps mean Octothorpe Gamma?
Octothorpe Gamma? I don't know anybody by the name of Octothorpe. I think his first name.
Gamma?
I think his name was Angvar, if that's what you're asking.
Yeah, no, that sounds correct.
I want to change his name to Ampersand Gamma now. I cannot believe I didn't think of that. That would have been perfect. Yeah, I guess we can call him Ampersand. I wouldn't want to call a heretic by their first name, of course, because that would indicate some degree of familiarity, which I do not intend. And she goes, now, Chasner, I didn't catch your name. What's your name, boy?
You can call me Jasoner. It's my nickname among this place.
Jason. I'm just going to call you Jay. How's that? And she goes, now, Jay, what is it exactly you want to learn about that? It seems to me like you probably already knew most of that information.
I'm going to hand her my flask, popped open, and offer her a drink.
And she looks at the flask, she goes, oh, I don't drink. It's just cigars for me, but thank you very kindly.
All right, then.
It's one of those Adeptus Sororitas rules where, for some reason, we can smoke but no drinking. I don't know. The Ecclesiarchy, they have a bunch of funny rules.
You should try it sometime. Nobody will know.
The God Emperor, of course, would know, and I am wed to him as a member of the Sororitas. So I would never do nothing to shame the God Emperor, of course.
I will respect that. We came up and hoping that you could point us in maybe a direction or give us anything off of this symbol that we should look for while we're here.
It seems to me that there was, as I recall, one of the main members of this cult. It was not a widespread cult. It was, however, very popular amongst the rich and famous. You know, the beautiful and the good, as they say. I believe there was a group of rogue traders. Let me see. I think I was actually related to one, so I do know. See, my family, the Thracio Kwellin, they was rogue traders. I left not to take up the family business, to look for my brother. I do believe that they eventually bought out a gentleman with the last name of Tur something or other. I do not remember. But I believe...
that was in the... Is the doc still here?
You have all the notes, so if you need to know something, you let me know.
Yeah, the doc mentioned something about a rogue trader. What was the family name, though?
So there were two books about rogue traders. One was by Tertullius Termuntius, and the other was a diary by a guy with the last name of Kwellin.
The first one.
The first one.
Give her that.
All right, so go ahead and tell her. You tell her what you want her to know.
What was the name?
Tertullius Termuntius.
Tertullius Termuntius.
Let me, here's what I'll do. I'll put it in chat for you.
Yeah, the doc picked up some paperwork by that family.
Yes, I do believe that was his name. You say you found a diary or some such?
Yeah, the doc's got that too.
And she flutters through the papers a little bit. Her gloved hand just sort of shuffling papers around, and finds the diary, and again begins speed reading it, starting at in the middle and sort of looking around. And she eventually finds this symbol written. She goes, "Oh yes, indeed. Now I believe, when did we buy them? It was M34, 35." She sort of thinks to herself for a moment, and then flips to a page, maybe 10 or 15 pages later, and she goes, "See right here, my family, the Kwellin, right there, and then they bought them out by combining. They merged with this other family, the Thracio, and then eventually they intermarried sometime around M37, and I believe that's when they merged there, and then eventually became this, large cartel. You understand? Now, did you find anything else about any rogue traders? Because you might have found out about my family, and that seems very interesting to me."
What was the second one?
It was by a rogue trader whose last name was Kwellin.
You got anybody in your family named Kwellin?
Oh, you mean Kwellin, right? Quellain.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's that old
slow reader.
That's all right, Chase. Now I understand that the Arbitrator, that they are sort of a blunt instrument, if you understand. And so let me see that now. And she shuffles through and she finds, oh yeah, this is my great, some number of greats. I never know how to count them all because there's just so many. That's the one right there. And she says, this is the one that worked with the great grandfather of the gentleman who bought these gentlemen, you know, this tumultuous group out. And she goes, now, this is all in the old High Gothic, of course. It's a little bit hard to read right here, but it does seem like they found something underneath the hotel. So you see right here, and she points at some piece of High Gothic passage and reads it upside down and just sort of points at the thing. She goes, right here, they found some sort of chamber or something, some chamber that had within it a number of artifacts that it seems that the tech priest was looking for. You see right here, they found that after they were researching, and my great so many greats grandfather must have found it amongst the evidence he was gathering.
I wonder if that was the chamber that we flooded.
Oh, no. This stasis chamber, it would not have flooded. It was above ground. It was just there was a tunnel, it seems, that attached to it from the hotel, and there was parts of it underground. But you would have known if you was in this chamber. It was very different construction. It was. Did you see any thick plasteel walls, or was it mostly rockcrete?
Oh, I wonder if that was the first room we were in. We were in a room with plasteel walls.
Well, let me see here. And can you draw me a little map of where you was? Do you know? Do you have like a understanding of the location?
Yeah.
Okay. Well, why don't you go ahead and draw me that up right there? And she flips over a piece of paper and hands you an auto quill.
I'll go ahead and do that. Just start sketching from memory the room up top with the little stasis chamber that we went behind, with the stairway down into the room that almost killed Angelos. In retrospect, that probably would have been a good thing.
So as you draw this, she goes, right there. You see this right here where you came out? On the other side, see, this is all part of the Grand Praetia, and she's like looking in the book and looking back at this. She goes, now, if this is like most other hotels that I knew from the time period, and she needs to make a roll for that, because she has a skill for this, of course, because I am brilliant and I think of these things. Also because it looked like a cool skill. She rolls Scholastic Lore Archaic, and she doesn't get it quite right, but she goes, now, I recall there was, usually right here, they had like a little medical facility for anybody who was injured. They could take them down underneath. Now, I believe if you go to the other end of this hall, you're going to find yourself going up a bit, and then you're going to be in the room that you need to be in. And that's going to have a sign that'll point to a number of plates, and there'll be an extra door that won't have any sign over it. It looks like an exit. It is not an exit sign. It is the way that you go to get to where you need to go.
That's exactly what we're looking for. We're going to go check that out. We'll report back as soon as we have more information, man.
Well, Hot Dog, that sounds like you are a lot more competent than I gave you credit for. I will have to await your return with bated breath. Now, there is one other thing I do need to ask of you.
Yes, ma'am.
You see, the reason that I'm here is twofold. Of course, it's to serve the God Emperor in any way I can, and it's also to look for clues about my family. Now, I did track to a local system, not this one, my family, the Kwellin. That's the side that I'm more dominant from. Of course, my mama and my mama's mama and my mama's mama was all Kwellin. But what I need you to do, if you would, is if you see anything that might be related to that, I am looking for any information to try to find my brother, my half-brother.
Yes, ma'am.
All right, so you find that for me, and I will help you in any way I can. Go ahead, and you can have my Vox channel if you need me, and I will be able to assist you.
We will absolutely do that.
All right, get on your way then, boy.
I do have one more thing to speak with you of.
Yes, Mr. Tech Priest, what can I do you for?
A little while ago, we came in possession of a box that we cannot open. It seems to have no sort of latch? Are you perhaps familiar with said box? I take out my mysterious box, maybe from some planet found in a ruin with no obvious way to open.
She looks at that and he goes, it doesn't look old. It doesn't look new. Let me think about that. Let me see. Does it look heretical? That's the question. It does not look particularly heretical to me. I don't think of any Ordo Hereticus that might, or I don't know of anything in the annals of the Ordo Hereticus that might be able to help you there. It does not look like it's chaos there. I don't sense any taint on it. It seems like a perfectly safe, completely impossible box.
Okay. Well,
And Charn sort of looks over your shoulder and goes, "Oh, that's an interesting box. I need to find your character sheet. Charn, where are you? Came there. I say it was. I know you wrote down where I said it might be from.
Either
Hevis and Azun, yeah. And he goes, "Oh yes, that seems very interesting." And he looks at it and he goes, "I remember this box again. Yes, of course. This is the one that we found in that building with the small Xenos that I do not care for." And he looks at it and he goes, I was doing a little research, and I did find that Hevis 4 has a renowned woodworking community. It's a forested planet, not dissimilar from this one, except with far more life and a few hives on it. It's not a hive world, of course. It's just a well-settled world, something like 2 or 4 billion settlers. And they do have a very vibrant woodworking community in Hive 7 on that world. So I would look there if you do intend to look for more details. I didn't learn anything about Azuno, but I did learn about Hevis 4.
So you're thinking this box maybe comes from Hevis 4?
It would seem to be that if you have a very well-constructed wooden box, it makes sense to look where the woodworkers are, does it not?
That makes sense, but many other places can construct good boxes as well. I don't see why that
that's it's just a thought that I found. I know that
it's a
we
good
had narrowed
thought.
it down. So, in any case, it's best that you are on your way to discover what the hell's going on in this world.
I'm gonna hang back intentionally after Cato leaves, and I'm gonna sit next to her and apologize just within her earshot about the cupcake comment earlier.
She looks at you and goes, "Oh, honey, there's no need to apologize. If I was truly angry at you, you'd be missing one head."
Fantastic. I'm just gonna stay out of your way, and I'll buy you some cigars later, and I'm gonna be on my way.
She goes, "I like the ones from Newback 7. I do not care for the ones that come from elsewhere, so make sure you get the right ones."
I will do that.
You're going the wrong way there, Jay. There you go.
Yeah, I know. I saw that.
All right, so you guys seem to have made a decision to go back and do some more investigation. Do you want to do that now? Do you want to do other things?
How late are we gonna run this tonight?
As late as you guys want.
You said you had to work, so.
I mean, I do have to work, but midnight is not bad. I usually go to sleep around 2 every night, so.
Alright.
I don't know if you guys have time limits, but I don't suspect that we'll hit mine.
I say midnight probably is the absolute latest.
Yeah, I think midnight's probably a good time. So we got another 2 hours or so.
Okay. Just making sure we're not gonna get into something and have to cut one part.
Yep. All right,
let's fucking let's get people together. Head out.
Before that, where the frick is Core?
I don't know. He said he was going to be gone yesterday, but the chat, I was very confused by it, as I've mentioned a couple times. He said, "Shit, I knew I was forgetting something. Chell's organized a trip to the coast today. This is on Saturday. I won't be on, sadly. It's okay. Our game is tomorrow, same time, which is at a wedding today, Saturday. And he goes, all right, I should be back by then probably. I'll see you guys then, hopefully, even if a bit late. Off I go.
And then nothing.
And then nothing. So I suspect that he's just not showing up.
Fair enough.
Okay, so you guys want to go do some exploring? Yeah.
Let's do
Yes. Let's get people corralled back into the lumberjack, and we'll head back to the hotel.
So Claudius has given Gerwulf a sack of these old treats, and he has maybe a couple dozen of them. And Hak, you are dutifully following Gerwulf in the hopes of more treats, and he's essentially training you. You're gonna manage Gerwulf. I'm gonna make his token available to you when we get there. And
Okay.
you'll be able to make his turns for him because it's a little bit of extra work for me to do it. And that way you'll have a sapient character as well as what is essentially an overgrown dog. I like that you've made your Skype thing, Hak Dar. That's amazing.
Damn straight.
It's wonderful. Okay, so you guys want to load up. How are you? Do you need to do anything else? Did I get everybody?
Is Piotr and Dieter coming?
Peter and Dieter can come with you if you want them to. You can take anybody you want with you.
Absolutely.
All right, so Peter and Dieter are coming.
I'm trying to talk Charn and letting them come
hopefully the doctor.
off-world with us.
I suspect that Charn probably won't come off-world with you.
Not Charn, just Hans and Franz. We're trying
Hans and
to
Franz.
finagle our way out of letting those two come with us
Okay.
for our shenanigans.
Okay, and you want Eric and Claudius to come with you?
Yes.
You can fit 8 in the vehicle, by the way. So
That thing's huge. How can we only fit 8?
it's 8 because you got to fit rations for them. You got to fit all their gear. You only have 8 beds. You can maybe fit 9 in a pinch, and you can carry 16, but the 8 of them have to ride outside. Essentially, they have to put their gear outside, which means they could lose
good.
it.
So they get raped by Cybats.
Yeah. Also, you wouldn't be able to use the guns in that case.
That's all good.
Okay.
Which one of Hans and Franz has the twin bolter training?
I think I put Hans for that. Let me look. Dieter, Franz. I didn't write down their weapon trainings because I'm a fucking moron.
We'll just say it's Hans. It's fine. I was just
The
gonna.
one
throw
of them
on
does.
us.
I think I put Hans does because he has the RPG. And the other guy has an auto gun and power K-bar, which is a knife with a power field on it. So
Actually, we gotta stick Gerwulf watching Hak and making sure he doesn't break anything.
that's why he's going to control Gerwulf for the time.
Yeah. We'll leave Hans in the Stormbolter.
Well, Eric can work the Stormbolter in a pinch to defend the.
Cato and I can take different driving.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And Eric can also drive, so you guys can rotate and so on. You don't have to man the Stormbolter all the time either. You can leave it, and then when something bad happens, you can get up in it. It's not.
Throw somebody in it.
Yeah.
Oh, good. Well, I'm gonna go ahead and volunteer Cato for first shift so I can have some drinks with Hans and Franz.
All right.
That's okay. I will drive.
All right. So
Wait,
taking you
so
to
you're gonna
lumberjack.
drive after you drink?
Of course.
Yeah,
It's-
that's the
so-
fun part.
There are no roads. You're in a vehicle that literally cannot crash into things, and even if it did, the vehicle would probably win. So I would not worry too much about. Oh, you still have their car
Ghost
as
of
well.
Angelo's.
Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah.
we got a fucking secondary vehicle.
I wouldn't take that out. You're not gonna be able to bring that anywhere. But
Oh, but we could drive it up to the hotel and leave the Stormbolter a little bit off.
yeah, that's. It doesn't have
Would it
any
fit
guns
4
on
people?
it really. It'll fit. It fits. It's a 2-seater. You can probably put the other 2 just riding on top.
It's not gonna fit all 6 of us then.
It's not gonna fit the whole lot of you. It's definitely not gonna fit Hak Dar.
We can make Hak Dar pick it up and fucking carry it.
Probably actually. Well, what's your strength at Hak Dar?
Hak Dar strong. Hak Dar 49.
Oh my god.
So here's how. Okay, so let me give you a little bit of out of character story about Hak Dar. Hak Dar has an intelligence of 19. If you are aware, you cannot roll an intelligence of 19. I gave Tim an option. I said, if he does not, he's too stupid to use ranged weapons, so he can only use melee weapons. If he also took an incredibly low intelligence score, he could have a little bit extra strength, and he could have a skill or a talent called unnatural toughness. What unnatural toughness does is, for all intents and purposes, when you use your toughness bonus, you multiply it by 2. So when he takes damage, multiply his toughness bonus of 4 by 2. When he needs to make a toughness test, multiply it by 2. When he does anything, multiply by 2. But he cannot use ranged weapons. He does not know how. He is incredibly stupid, so he's probably never going to have like a lore skill because he's just too dumb. And he can't. He has a little extra strength, and he has a couple other small changes. But basically, his logic skill, his basic logic skill, is 9. So that is the best indicator of how dumb he is. Quite is the answer.
And if you actually look at it, I would be tempted, but I don't think I have a high enough intelligence. But I could actually take a logic skill. If I really, really want to, I could train it.
You can't. You really can't. I won't let you. You are impossibly dumb. You are always going to be stupid.
Yes.
You would have to start taking advances in intelligence to become
He
slightly.
literally has down strength.
And I don't think I'm allowed to take intelligence advances.
You can. I don't think I prevented you from doing it.
I
don't
think
see
you
why
did.
would.
I think you said I
Under
couldn't.
take strength or toughness up to twice. Not allowed to take intelligence tests. But you can take a. He can't drive. That's important. And then the other thing that he can do, if he's using a power weapon for whatever reason, he has to make an intelligence test to pass, or he has to make an intelligence test, and if he passes, he can turn it on. If he can't pass the test, then he can't turn it on. He uses a regular sword for the duration of using that thing. So he has to take an intelligence test to literally flick a switch.
Fantastic.
So, when I say blunt instrument, I mean blunt fucking instrument. Which you can all see. There are some other things that will come up with him, I'm sure, over time, including...
And I just DC'd for a minute. Hello?
Real quick. Are you there?
I can hear you.
Is every...
You're choppy.
Am I breaking up?
You're good now. Did we lose anyone else?
Paul's here. Can you all check in, sound off?
1.
Tim is here. Butch? Butch has been taken up in the tornado. He's no longer in Kansas.
Not yet. I was just pissing from drinking too much beer.
Okay. So, Tim, why don't you tell us about power names real quick?
So, Hak happens to have a quirk called Power of Names. He will never call someone by their actual name, except himself, because he believes that if you call someone else by their actual name, that spirits will come and basically eat your soul.
Awesome. That's fucking creepy as shit. Now, if someone else uses his name, does he get pissy?
Yes, he does. He gets extraordinarily pissed. And he also gets a little scared and proceeds to basically pick them up or do something drastic, like, no use Hak name, or something along that effect.
If he's fighting with someone, will he use their name then?
Potentially, depending on how pissed off he is. But
You don't know.
but it's very unlikely because.
Did I lose you again?
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you now.
Okay. So to answer that question, he might, but it's very unlikely due to the spirit perhaps sticking around after the fact and causing more damage.
Okay. So, who's driving right now?
Cato.
Cato. Okay, Cato, can you please roll 1d100? I have invented a new test.
Let me get in the driver's seat.
Well, okay, get in the driver's seat.
Did you roll that 1d100?
I did. You also have to roll 1d100. All right, so you drive uneventfully for a day. It's going to take about 2 days to get there. 2 days of driving. During that time, you don't see any. You just drive normally. Do you want to make a shift change, or do you want to continue driving?
I think it's time for alcoholics over here.
All right,
It'd be fine, guys.
So, Mr. Alcohol, can you please roll 1d100? All right, so you also managed to get there uneventfully. There's, a few indigens that you run over as you go. You sort of, if you look at the path.
Bonus points.
If you look at the path from the sky, you see a very straight line at first, and then once you take over, it's just weaving back and forth as you go. Because you're weaving, it takes a little bit longer. Now, how long are your shifts? How long are you driving for?
How long did Cato drive for?
That's what I'm asking. How long do you want?
Cato, how long did you drive for?
A day or so.
Okay, so
I'm gonna drive for 12 hours because I got tired from drinking too much alcohol. I need to take a nap after 12 hours.
Okay, so who's gonna drive next? You get 12 more hours to drive.
Me.
Put
I
Eric
no one
on
else's
it.
drive skills.
All right, go ahead and roll another 1d100.
I'll drive.
All right, so as you're driving this last 12 hours, the lumberjack impacts a large rock that it couldn't cut through, and smacks into it and stops dead. The engine sort of overstrips itself, and you have to go repair it. You're gonna have to go outside to repair it. So I'm gonna take you over to.
I thought this thing wouldn't be stopped by anything.
Well, so
someone was saying that.
It won't be stopped by anything except for a very few specific things. I need to set up this map because it's not set up correctly. You're not here. So, whoa. So there are things that can cause it to stop. It's not likely to be stopped by anything, but there are, if a rock gets in the engine and breaks the engine, it's gonna break. You're gonna have to go deal with that. So you need to go inspect what's wrong. The rest of you can do whatever you want for the next few minutes. So the way that these tests work, we're both rolling 1d100s, and if your number is lower than mine, then good things happen. If my number is lower than yours, bad things happen. I should be rolling these things behind a screen so that you can't see them. I rolled the first one outside accidentally. On that one, I got a 1, just so there was something going to happen no matter what. The way that works out, there's about a 50-50 chance of any time you take one of those that something will happen, and it makes it a lot easier for me to figure out what things occur. So you can go take a tech use to see if you can figure out what's going on. Eric is out here with you. I haven't put his thing down just because I haven't found the token yet.
Is he assisting me in the inspection?
He comes out and he goes, "Yeah, what'd you hit or something? You hit something? What's going on?"
I may have hit something for this vehicle, which I did not think would be stopped.
You hit a. It looks like, and he sort of goes to the front and he says, "Oh yeah, you get. It looks like no, this doesn't look like you hit anything." And he looks at it and goes, "I need to take a closer look. Give me a hand." And he walks over to it. Can you make a tech use test at +10? It's a pretty easy thing, but it's not like trivial to figure out. So yeah, you see that you definitely haven't hit anything, but you can't quite identify what's caused you to stop. As
your tech use test.
Sure. If you want to assist. Well, so if you assist, he can figure out what stopped him. So if are you assisting him?
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay. So you assisting would have given him another +10. As you look at this, Cato, Jay sort of points at some part of it, and he goes, "I think what's going on with that, right?" And he's like sort of gesturing at it. You look at it, and you see something that's going to have to wait for a second. I need to talk to my wife. Give me like 2 minutes. I'm sorry.
What a fucking cliffhanger.
If it's blasted stone in the engine, I'm gonna be disappointed.
Can't fucking prep it for everything, man. I mean, we
I
chewed
remember a
through 2
conversation
days
that
worth of
was
trees.
like, "Oh, this thing will just go through anything. It'll be just about anything." Blah blah blah. And look, and here we are. And it hasn't hit a single thing. It's broke.
We should up the power of the laser cutters.
I'm pouting. Cato is officially in pouting mode.
Aww. Sorry, buddy. We'll get you some mechadendrites. You'll be able to just fucking think. Driving clear, you'd be fine.
Hak Dar see butterfly. Hak Dar chase.
This is the definition for pouting. I didn't realize there was a second meaning to it. But Cato is
Hak Dar takes second meaning. Hak Dar go to Cato and hug Cato.
That's
hug
a dangerous thing,
begrudgingly
buddy.
accepted.
I'm gonna stand there expressionless because I have no words. For the first time ever, I have no words.
Small man looks sad. Hak Dar make happy. And I go and hug you.
Thanks, buddy. I'm
Well-
gonna pull a treat out of Gerwulf's bag. and give it to you.
What the fuck? Push one's lips or one's bottom lip forward?
You missed it.
What did I miss?
Cato's pouting because we hit something in the lumberjack and it broke down. And then, of course, Hak just decided that after having pouting explained to him, decided to come over and give him a very sensual hug. And I'm very disturbed, and I got a hug too.
I got that shit on video, so I'll have to watch it later. Okay. So when you look underneath in the area that Jay pointed out, you see that there is a thick buildup of some kind of green goo. And with that green goo, there are shards of metal that appear to have been part of some kind of rudimentary IED. In the distance, in the trees, you hear a faint cackling sound, and then a scream of "Get 'em, boys!" And
God damn it.
A bomb!
I swear to God,
Sorry, I
if it's
couldn't
fucking
resist.
pygmies, I'm going to lose my shit.
it's worse than pygmies.
What the fuck are
Large-
orcs doing here?
You had found their orc slime, had you not?
God damn it. Yeah, we did.
So
Oh, those actual
group-
swibs.
a group of about half a dozen Gretchen, or Grots, however you prefer to pronounce it, 2 boys and some squigs come out of the woods and charge towards you. Can you all please roll for initiative?
Die.
Is Hans? Can we tell Hans to get back in and fucking man the storm?
Hans and Franz never came out,
Oh, thank God.
and they
Is
were
Gerwulf
on.
still on
They
the
were
board?
on. Gerwulf is still in there as well. It is you, Hak, Cato, and Eric who are outside. They are. Let me put you guys for Cato. Okay. Can you roll for initiative for Gerwulf as well? It's 1d10 plus 3. Holy crap baskets. So they were not surprised. The rest of you are. So they're going to get some bonuses to you because they kind of scream from out of the woods. They are far enough away that they're probably not going to get you in one round.
Add character real quick. Should I have access to part of Gerwulf's sheet?
You know what? You should. I'm going to go ahead and just give you access real quick. Actually, you know what? I think there might be stuff in there you're not supposed to see. I don't know.
Perhaps you should continue.
You can tell me what he does, and then I'll do the rolls.
Fair enough.
So, you guys can probably get into the lumberjack pretty quickly, but you'll have to take maybe like an attack of opportunity from some of these guys. Not all of them, but like the boys will probably get an attack of opportunity on you. They're the only ones armed with anything ranged. So, and then you can get into the lumberjack should you desire. So let me do the turn order here real quick. Turn order is Butch. Go first. I need to roll 1d1. 1d10 plus 4, I think, for him.
There's actually quite a lot of them.
There are indeed. Cato. Hak. This guy's gonna go. This guy's gonna go. They're all gonna go second last, right after Gerwulf. It's essentially just an exercise in seeing how many of them, how many people can have a turn at once. That's what this is. And they sort of act like a mass, so not all of them are going to move every time. They're grouped up. There's a ton of them. They're pretty weak, so it's easy to plow through them. But yeah, so Jay, you guys don't get to go first. You get to skip your turn. So Peter and Dieter. Peter Hans is on the Stormbolter on the Lumberjack. The Stormbolter on the Lumberjack is going to rake them all. He's going to do a full auto into the group, which means it's going to be random allocation of wounds. So I'm going to just roll numbers and allocate some wounds according to that random number. So he's going to shoot them with the Stormbolter. And he fires into the group. Did it not fire? What happened? Why is that not working? Oh, it doesn't have a... Oh, shoot. Of course it's not working. The Lumberjack doesn't have a weapon skill. I have to roll on the other guy. Where did I put that? There it is. Peter Hans is going to make it to hit. And he nails it. It's full auto, but he doesn't get any degree of success. It is Storm, so he hits twice. Oops, it's the wrong button. Damage. Okay, so he hits this guy for 7. Minus toughness 4, so it's going to be 10 off of that. So this guy is dead. He hits the next closest one, which is probably this guy. It's another 10. This guy is dead. So he peppers a bunch of them with rounds from the storm weapon and kills a bunch of the squigs, or like three of the orcs are all dead. Dieter Franz takes out his las gun, I believe, or stubber. I forget what he has. Franz takes out his auto gun and fires full auto, but misses everybody. So that's his turn. Hak, you're up. Actually, no, you were surprised, so it's not your turn. Gerwulf was not surprised, so he shoots with his bolt pistol. Actually, what does he do?
He does. He shoots.
That's what I figured. So he shoots with his bolt pistol into the crowd. He nails one of them, and knocks out another. This guy's dead. Got to mark him off. And he knocks out another squig. Kills him dead. That's his turn. Gretchen. Here, he's gonna move. How far can he move? He's gonna move about that far. So these guys are charging up. These guys are all gonna move about the same, so I can move them all at once. This is what we like to call piling in. And from the back, there are a few more that have come out of the woodwork. You move him up. Not too many, but more squigs certainly. And maybe one more Gretchen. There we go. And so these guys are also coming in from reserves, as they say. The boys have moved up, right? Yeah, good. This is the boy, right? Yeah, it's boy. Alright, so they are all moved up a little ways, running over the bodies of their freshly fallen friends. Dink, dink. Okay, these guys need to add a turn, add a turn, add a turn, turn, add a turn. Alright, and Jay, it is now your turn. You are no longer surprised, so you can go ahead and make an action.
You said we could move inside the lumberjack?
Yes, it'll take a full action to move in the lumberjack.
That's exactly what the fuck I'm gonna do. Fuck this noise, fuck orcs, fuck squibs. I'm getting the fuck in.
Alright, that's your full action. Eric follows right behind. He sort of wraps off a few shots from his ballistic mechadendrites, but doesn't really hit anything. That's his turn. Cato, what would you like to do?
How many actions will it take for me to get in the lumberjack?
A full action.
Okay, I'm gonna take that full action.
Okay. You do have the ballistic servitor with you.
I do.
If you want it to shoot, it has to stay outside, which means it might be vulnerable to being attacked.
No, I'm taking it with me.
Okay, so it's coming inside with you. Be in there. That's your turn. Peter once again makes a shot with the full auto from the thing, and he shoots, but they're all sort of squirming around. It's hard to tell which ones are alive and which ones are dead, so he misses. Dieter Franz goes and makes a full auto shot with his auto gun and nails twice, killing two more of the Gretchen. Oh no, he only wounds them a bit. And you get it. So he clips a few of the Gretchen, but doesn't kill them outright. Hak, it is your turn.
Hak no scared. Hak use axe and kill. And I take out my axe and I move to.
You can charge the two guys that are closest to you, I believe.
So
they're 18 and 12 meters, so I think you might actually only get the one. But
that's fine. I'll charge this guy.
Well, let me make sure you can do it before you do.
I have a charge of 9 actually. Might not be able to.
I'll give it to you. He's roughly the right distance. Scale is a little bit fuzzy. It's hard to do scale in Roll20. So you make a charge attack, swinging your axe. Go ahead and roll. Great axe. You hit him, and you blow him to pieces. You hit him with the side of your axe, and you actually he's gone. He's just poof into a cloud of fungal goo. So he's dead. Upon seeing this, the boys shout into the woods, get him! And another boy comes out with a couple more Gretchen behind. All right, Gerwulf, what are you going to do?
Take a shot.
All right, Gerwulf shoots with his Shotgun, long las, stub automatic, or bolt pistol.
Long las.
All right, that is accurate. You want to aim?
I do.
And he nails it. Whoa! I clicked the wrong button. And he does 8 damage, which picks off. Who's pick off? Picks off this guy. This guy's dead. Takes 4 damage, and this guy's going to take 3 more. He picks up. He actually managed to pick off 2. Sort of lances through one and into the next. That is his turn. Let's do some cleanup here. All right, so this boy right here is going to charge at you, Hak, and make an attack. Let me pull up his character sheet. Boy. Character sheet. He's going to make an attack with his chopper, and it's charged, so that actually needs to go a bit. So he actually does hit you. I forgot to add the modifier for charge. And he does 14 damage to you. Pen 2. I think that's... You're probably just going to eat most of that. I don't think you're actually going to take all that much damage.
I take 5?
Let's see. You have
'Cause-
2 armor, so it goes through all your armor. And he does, what did you, 15?
Oh, wait, the pen's just for the armor portion.
Just for the armor, yeah.
Which is regardless. So 8 minus, or 14 minus 8 is 6. So yeah.
Yep, so you take 6 damage total. And he hits you and, gets a good solid hit from his choppa. That's his turn. This Gretchen is alive. He's also charging towards you, but doesn't quite make it to you. He went... this boy. The other boy routes around and sort of calls to his followers to follow him towards the did any of you close the hatch to the...
I would hope whoever the last person in would have.
that would be Cato. Cato, did you close the hatch?
I imagine I would have.
Okay, so you closed the hatch. It's starting to close. It hasn't quite closed yet. But he's sort of routing his guys to sort of jump on and try to kill some stuff that way. It looks like there aren't any more reinforcements coming out of the woods, but a bunch of them are coming for you, Hak. It might be good if you got some support fire or something. Let me just make sure I clear out all the other dead ones. You're dead. Okay, Jay, it is your turn.
I'm gonna brandish my last pistol and aim at the closest squig.
Okay. All right.
Can I get a +10 for aiming?
Yep. You hit him. You don't quite kill him, but you hit him pretty solidly, and it sort of goes down his throat and burns the back of his throat, and you see him squirt out blood, and he's pretty beat up. Eric is going to take all of his mechadendrite, ballistic mechadendrites, he has 3 of them, and stick them out the holes in the lumberjack, and he calls over to Claudius and he says, "Get on the wheel," and he shoots all 3 of his mechadendrites. It has the effect of only shooting 1 of them, but he's going to shoot all 3 because it looks cooler. And where did I put his sheet? I know I have it open. Eric is going to shoot his shite weapon skill. I'm going to say this is like the las carbine because that's the thing that I have here. But he misses wildly, doesn't really hit anything. He goes, "I'm useless at this shit," and that's the end of his turn. Cato, it is your turn.
I am going to take a half action to draw my last carbine, and then I'm going to take a regular shot at that guy near Hak.
All right.
And as soon as I open up my character sheet again, I will do that.
You don't hit. He is in melee too, so you actually took a -10 on that, and that might be a jam. Is that a reliable weapon?
I think so.
Go ahead and roll 1d10.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure it is.
It doesn't jam, so you're okay.
Yeah, I sort of messed up that roll.
You roll.
Oh, roll 1d10 again, yeah. All right, it doesn't jam. You came close, though. 9's jam. Okay, so then Peter Hans, who's still in the Stormbolter, I believe. I think there's a rule about when it needs to reload. I just need to double check. Needs to, every 5, so it gets 5 shots before it reloads. He shot it twice now, so he has 3 left. I haven't been really keeping good track, but I think everybody needs to. All the guys that I've been doing need to reload after this. So he's going to go ahead and make a shot. Peter Hans, and he's going to do like this, and do that, and he nails them. It's fully automatic, so he hits 3 times with the Stormbolter. Damage, 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 and he actually got 2 Righteous Furies on that. And he hits 1 more time, and just 1 more time, and he got another Righteous Fury. So he hits no more time. So he hits 16, 24. So he ends up actually taking out, and not just taking out, but destroying like the entire remnants of 3 Squigs and a Gretchen. And that's the end of his turn. Dieter Franz screams in the back of the lumberjack, and he screams backblast, backblast, and shoots a frag grenade out of an RPG, which he has squirmed through one of the murder holes, and he has grabbed it from Franz's kit apparently. He doesn't really know how to use it very well, but he's better than any of you would be. Where did I put his character sheet? Fuck me backwards. Peter Hans, Dieter Franz, there you are. And he shoots a RPG with a frag grenade, so he goes to hit, and he hits very squarely in the middle of this group right here down at the bottom, and so he doesn't miss, and he does his damage. Why did that not do any damage? What the hell? Oh, my bad, I rolled the wrong one. So he does 9 damage to everybody here, which is not quite enough to kill them, but it does do a bit of damage to all of them. All right, so that's his turn. He has 2 more rockets left. I need to knock off one of his grenades. Oh, I need to knock off one of his crack grenades too, so I used that last round. Okay, so now it's the orc's turn. The boy that's coming towards, it's not the one that's engaged with Huck, but it's coming towards him, is going, I think he's just out of charge range. Yeah, he's just out of charge range. He's going to run right up and brandish his choppa quite aggressively, and his Gretchen are following behind, piling in. You are now outnumbered 5 to 1, Hak. You might want to beat a hasty retreat, but you're probably too dumb to try. That is their turns. Gerwulf's turn is next. Oh, I'm sorry, Hak, your turn is next.
So, I have a character question real quick before I take it. If I have swift attack, am I allowed to attack 2 separate targets once each time?
What does swift attack do?
It allows me for the cost of a full action to attack twice.
I will say that you can cleave 2 targets as long as they're right next to each other.
So essentially, if I attack one of the, basically both boys.
You can hit both. You can hit both boys, or you can hit that boy and that Gretchen.
I want to hit both boys.
Okay.
Or at least attempt to.
You fail.
Boo.
You failed really hard, in fact, and you actually should have failed harder because you're outnumbered at least 2 to 1, so it should have been minus 20 for you. It's Gerwulf's turn. What do you want him to do?
I want him to shoot into that crowd at the bottom.
He's going to be shooting into melee at a -10. What do you want him to shoot with?
His most accurate weapon is his long las, isn't it?
Yes.
I want him to aim and shoot at this bottom boy here.
Right. Okay. He does so. He hits. Damage. He hits for 5. I think that doesn't even affect the boy. Let me check. Hak might be a short-lived character.
That would be very disappointing.
You might have to come up with Dakar, who's his brother. Let's see. His toughness is 4, and he has armor 2 on the body only. So we're gonna hit him. 73 is the leg, so he does take 1 damage. Okay. You can. So for Gerwulf, you can choose to use a fate point for him. I'll let you do that. That wouldn't have helped there at all. But so this boy up at the top sees that he's got a lot of buddies around, and he's like, "I'm gonna fuck this guy up." And so he goes ahead and makes a attack with his choppa again, but misses. That Gretchen is dead. Another Gretchen piles in on top of his buddy, sort of squishing him into the dirt, removing him from existence. And this Gretchen's cheat. What do you have on you, buddy? I haven't actually used you yet. Sneaky boot knife. That could be cool. Let's do a sneaky boot knife. And he completely misses, even with the +3 that he's supposed to get now. So while this is happening, the other boy is still routing around the corner. He doesn't realize that all the squigs are dead, and so he brings the Gretchen with him, and they start hammering on the back of the lumberjack, doing a bit of damage, sort of pulling on it, trying to open up the whatever door or hatch they can. They're too close to be hit by the Stormbolter now, but there are still murder holes. You might be able to hit them if you try hard, but it's weird because the door doesn't really have any murder holes in it. So you could potentially try to kill them some other way, but it's going to be difficult. All right, so that's his turn. This guy's dead. That guy's all done. Dink, dink, dink. So this squig is running towards these guys, and he moves pretty quick. This Gretchen is following behind. And now it's time for Hak Dar to get attacked again with a sneaky boot knife. Because I think that's awesome. Sneaky boot knife, Joe, not that one. Put it. Shoot. You guys can drive the lumberjack around too, so. He misses with his sneaky boot knife. Jay, it's your turn. Claudius is heading towards the wheel, by the way. He was instructed to do so by Eric. He's not on the turn sheet, but he's probably got to the wheel by now, so you can give him instruction on what to do. He's a competent but not great driver.
I kind of don't want to drive all the way up to Hak, because if we drive too close, Stormbolter's not going to be able to hit anything. I think we should drive over here.
So, I mean, you can do a lot of things in a car, including reverse.
Oh, do that. Oh my god, do that.
Okay. So you instruct him to roll in reverse. Let me pull up his sheet. I'm pretty sure I gave him the drive skill. If not, he should have it. He does not. Maybe I didn't give him it on purpose. I don't know. He has it now. It's a agility check. Right?
Hold on. It's not in the basic or advanced skills.
Yeah, I know that you have it.
I have it as agility.
I trained it. I just don't have it in, like...
Okay. So it's agility.
Ooh, and I've also got a note that he gets +10 because we have fuzzy dice.
Oh, that's right. So, he's gonna make his drive check, and he manages to actually get it in reverse. He sort of pops the clutch a little bit, but he gets the hang of it, and he drives up, backing over all these guys. I gotta grab all of you. He backs over them, and the boy sort of ducks out of the way, only taking a little bit of damage, but the Gretchen is gone underneath the car. And he backs up just a little bit. He doesn't back up too much. Jay, it's still your turn. What would you like to do?
I would like to take one of the treats out of Gerwulf's bag and try to drop it through one of the murder holes to see if we can get Hak to run away.
Ooh, clever.
All right, Hak, do you want to run towards it?
Whenever I'm in battle, I don't even think about treats or anything. I care about killing.
Do you sense it at all? Can you roll an awareness check?
I can try to sense it. Where that
I think awareness is intelligence based, so you guys might have a bit of a.
Fuck me.
Awareness is perception, actually.
Oh, good. Okay, I was gonna say.
I still fail.
So you don't see it, but you might be able to assist him in understanding that it's there by informing him that it's there.
Hey, big guy, you want a treat? You want a treat?
Hak Dar fight. Hak Dar kill.
He's gonna fucking die.
But you know
damn
it's
it.
there now, right, Hak? So you need to roll a willpower test to overcome your intense desire for these chocolates. You can roll it at +20. Yeah, okay. So you're in the heat of battle and desperately want to kill these things. Jay, I still don't think you've taken an action. You've taken 2 free ones though, so I'm gonna say that's your last free action that you can take. Go ahead and
Pop another shot at the squid.
Okay, with your las.
The pistol, yeah.
Okay. All right, you nail him. You do 7 damage net. That's not bad at all. You don't kill him, but you hit him pretty hard, and he's certainly not feeling very good. Eric realizes that he's really not capable of doing this, but what he is capable of doing is reinforcing whatever doors are around and ensuring that they cannot be opened by these greenskins. So he runs around and starts manipulating various pieces of tech and ensuring all the mag locks are sealed and so on. Cato, what's your move? What are you doing?
I'm gonna take a semi-auto burst at the nearest one to Hak.
Right. It's a -10 because he's in melee.
Okay, so it's a net 0.
Yep. I'll let you make a grazing shot, which means it'll do half damage.
Alright, that's fair.
When you're off by 3, I like giving it to you. So it's going to do 5 damage to him. That ends up doing a net of 1. I think you hit him.
The ballistic servo skull make an
Yep.
action?
So go ahead and make. No, because he's inside. He can't shoot through the murder holes.
Okay.
You could. Well, no, you really can't because it doesn't have any sort of medical devices on it. I was going to say you might be able to send one out to try to help Hak, but I think Hak is in battle. Hak likes battle. However, Hak also has a buddy named Peter Hans. He got to know him a little bit in that short time in the Mechanicus room while you guys are talking with the Sister of Battle. And he likes him. He thinks he's funny. And so he shoots into melee, aiming very carefully into the mass. His aim is very practiced, and he shoots full auto, believe it or not, into this. Getting a net, I actually did the math wrong there. It should be plus 20. Yeah, so he gets 4 hits from the Storm Bolter, which is really very good. And that's 2 Righteous Furies at a +10. No hits. No hits. So he shoots all around you, Hak, but as he shoots, he blows away 3 of the orcs, completely disintegrating them. All that's left is a few of these Gretchen, They're terrified at what just happened and the fact that you're screaming in their face with a very large axe. And they start to like freak out and maybe start to run away a little bit. Dieser Franz is interested in having Claudius drive forward very quickly. And you see what he's doing. He actually has a frag grenade that he's sort of like stuck his arm out through the window, or like the murder hole, and has tossed it behind him. But he doesn't want anything to like potentially mar the paint, essentially. So he voxes over to Claudius to say, drive forward. Claudius makes an attempt to do so at his +10 because fuzzy dice. But doesn't really get there in time. But Dieter does manage to, toss the grenade back there. It lands right where he wants it to. It's not a very far toss, so it's easy. And he does 12 damage to this guy, who takes about 5 net, and this guy, who ends up getting exploded pretty badly, and he's dead. That's his turn. These Gretchen are going to attack. So these guys, they're scared. They have to take a fear test, which is against their willpower. Let me pull up their thing. They don't have a lot of willpower, but they get more for being grouped together. Yeah, they have... there were 3 of them, so that's +30. So the mob rule kicks in, and he stays in battle. And he is going to try as well, 3-0. So they both manage to stay in battle. They're all going to make sneaky boot attacks, because I fucking love that name. Only 2 of them get you before you get to move, though, Hak. So, 2... What did I put as... I just had this open. One problem, I can't imagine doing this in paper. I would go nuts. We do hit, no hit, no hit. So they don't actually manage to hit you at all. They have absurdly... These guys are designed to be shooty. They have a weapon skill of 18. So I don't know why I brought them up close like this, but I did. So that's their turn. Hak, it's your turn. Again, swift attack, you can cleave 2 of them.
Hak swift attack. Hak cleave. Hak sad.
Alright, Gerwulf's turn. What do you want him to do?
Oh, sorry. I want him to take a shot at the boy just at the top here.
So he can't. It's very difficult. It'd be like a -20.
Okay, how about that guy?
That's much simpler. He can aim and shoot for the normal +10.
Do it.
He misses. That's his turn. What boys are left? This boy is still here. This boy is grumpy. He just had a grenade tossed in his face. He climbs on top of the vehicle and over to the Stormbolter, but stays behind it and starts pulling on it. And you actually, is it Peter that's on it? I think so. Yeah, Peter Hans yells and says the shield's coming up. He's getting in, and he's like reaching through, and he actually manages to wriggle his arm through the little area where the gun can move up and down, and grab Hans and actually do some damage to him. He manages to do 4 points of damage to him, and he grabs him in the face where he doesn't have any armor, but his toughness is not bad, so even though he takes a little bit of damage, it's not life-threatening or anything. That Squig's dead. That Gretchen is, he's trying to run up on top of it as well. He's now so close that you really can't hit him out of the murder holes. You might be able to like do drop explosives like Franz just did, but he's very close, very hard to hit. You'd have to go outside to really hit him. This last Gretchen makes a sneaky boot knife attack. Sneaky boot knife attack! And misses. Jay, it's your turn. What do you want to do?
I'm gonna pop out and try to hit that guy.
All right, so you're opening the door. He's actually on top right now, so he's not gonna. He'll hear it, but he won't be able to like walk in. So you open the door. The door to the lumberjack is now open. You walk out. You can do that easily. You haven't actually made a move yet. That was all free. So you can get a shot on him if you take like a half move to move away, so you can kind of get the angle.
Okay, I'll do that.
And then what are you shooting him with?
With the pistol.
All right, go ahead and roll your attack. You miss, but he does see that you're shooting at him, and he gets very grumpy, and he lets go of Hans. Eric is also quite grumpy and grabs the top of the lumberjack and with his mechadendrites and whips himself over, doing like a flip, and ends up on top of the lumberjack staring at this boy. He goes, I can't shoot for shit, but I got a lot of fucking mechadendrites. And so he grabs him with his utility mechadendrites. Where'd I put his character? And grapples with the dude. There it is. And grapples with the dude, and Eric, you're bad. I guess you're gonna hit him with manipulator. And he does manage to grab him and do some damage. That he literally just rips him apart. That's basically what just happened. I'm amazed. That's wonderful. This makes me so happy.
Holy shit.
So he rips him apart, tearing his arms off, and otherwise, he basically just tears him apart. He goes, "Fuck you," and that's the end of his turn. Cato, what would you like to do? He looks over at you, Cato, and goes, "This is why I have mechadendrites."
They are looking more and more useful as I see you use them.
They're good for everything.
A semi-auto burst at one of the guys attacking Hak.
Right, you make that at a -10 because he's still in melee. Oh, excuse me. You miss. It's enough that I can't really give you a partial. So.
Okay, that was my
Peter
turn.
Hans whips around with the Stormbolter. It's very difficult to shoot anything there, and he really can't do anything, so he drops out of the Stormbolter and heads out of the truck, but or out of the lumberjack, but he can't really make a shot this turn. Dieter Franz follows behind. Let's see which Gretchens are still alive. These Gretchens are still alive, so they're going to make some more sneaky boot attacks. Sneaky boot attack. Sneaky boot knife. Where'd I put you? Gretchen. Sneaky boot knife. Hak Dar, your turn.
Hak cleave. Hak kill.
All right. Hak miss. I assume Gerwulf is going to shoot at one of these guys.
He's actually going to, since he's out of ammo on his long last, go take out his bolt pistol and take a shot at that boy right there.
All right. It's going to be difficult. He can probably do it at a net 0 after aiming.
Okay, that's fine.
So he sticks his hand outside of the, like through one of the murder holes and tries to angle it. And he blows its face off completely. This thing just explodes. It turns out that bolters are really good against Gretchen. And that's the end of his turn. Where's this boy? That boy is dead. That Gretchen is dead. That Gretchen is not dead. So this Gretchen is angry that he keeps missing, and so he backs off and grabs his slugga, which is inaccurate and unreliable in the hands of anything other than an orc. Takes a pot shot, but misses. But he's running away. Jay, it's your turn.
I need to run up closer, so how far can I get?
You can move to the other side of the lumberjack in a half action, I would say.
If I use a full action to move, can I get up like real close to him?
Yeah, you can get right next to Hak Dar.
That'll be my full action.
All right, Eric sort of looks at the lumberjack and sees all the green gook on it, and he goes, oh, Claudius, I'm gonna need your gun, or I'm gonna need your hand flamer. And he walks into the truck. He knows you guys have this handled now. Cato, what would you like to do?
I'm gonna take a full turn and reload.
All right. Peter Hans, he's... I keep losing their stupid sheets. It's really annoying. Hans takes a... well, he's just going to run up because he doesn't have any guns that'll shoot that far. So he gets up there. Right in. He's taken out his pair of chain knives, which are... they're exactly what you think they are. They're just like sort of long Bowie knives that have chainsaws on them. And then Dietrich Franz is going to shoot into that melee with his autogun on single fire, but he misses. Gretchens start running and making pot shots as they go. They're both going to make their pot shots. Gonna close some of these sheets that I don't need. Angelos can go away. Darlacker can go away. Theraxis. That's May. That's all. Cool. So they're gonna make some pot shots as they go. He misses. Oops, these guys are underpowered as shit. He hits.
Hak Dar dodge. Hak Dar dodge.
Hak Dar dodges. Ah! Alright, so that's that. Hak Dar, it's your turn.
Hak Dar, can I move forward enough to do another cleave?
You can... What is the rules on Swift Attack? Swift Attack isn't like an action, right? It's a talent.
Swift Attack is a talent that allows me to use a full action to attack twice.
I will say that if you charge, you can make a Swift Attack and cleave.
Hak Dar charge. Hak Dar cleave.
Alright, so you go ahead and make your charge.
Hak Dar sad.
Gerwulf he's got to reload his guns. He's not really doing anything this round. The Gretchens are now in full retreat. They run into the woods in scattering as they go. And if you guys want to pursue them, you can. But they're going to be gone. They're going away.
No.
Hak
Too
Dar,
easy to get lost in that shit.
Hak Dar, are you going to try to pursue them? You're the one I'm curious about because you're the one who's stupid enough to do it.
No, Hak Dar has had enough and goes to one of the bodies and starts just mulling over his victory.
Alright, so he's going over to that squig or something?
Yeah.
What is he doing there? Mulling over his victory.
Going and kind of like poking at it, carrying off various limbs, smelling it, seeing if it's maybe edible to eat, stuff like that.
I'm gonna go ahead and say it's not edible. You cannot eat orc, okay? Just don't do it. Just don't. I don't want to figure out what happens when you eat orc, okay?
Well, I do have iron stomach.
Yeah, you're gonna need an iron stomach. All right. So they're
Clearly
all dead.
not pugged enough as a kid.
I love it. I love it. Okay. So that's the end of the little orc horde that attacked you. The orc situation is clearly getting a lot worse. You're going to have to try to figure out a way to deal with that, I think. That's the end of combat, though. So you guys can get back on the road if you want, if you could pry Hak Dar away from the scent of fresh kills.
Yeah, I'm gonna pick up the treat that I dropped out of the lumberjack and try to fucking get him over here.
Fish and treat usage.
You essentially do have like an infinite number of those. Like they're totally common. They're easy to come by. The Eliza has tons of them. It's not a big deal at all.
Okay, good.
Essentially, they're a way to make it so that Hak has an excuse to do rational things every now and again. Or else, problems. All right, so you guys are all getting back in the lumberjack, I take it?
Yes.
After I fall after the treat.
Yeah, so you guys are back in the lumberjack. There's about maybe 8 hours left, so Hak, you'll get back your toughness bonus.
Wait. Is the lumberjack still broken?
No, what had happened, so Eric tells you, he goes, I took care of the problem. What it is, they set up some kind of IED that got underneath and blew up, and a bunch of the shrapnel from it jammed up some of the stuff. So I cleaned it out. I took Claudius's hand flamer, burned out all the fucking orc junk. We should give it another once over when we get back to Campha, but we're probably okay to go. And he says, Claudius, give it a rev, and it it comes back to life, and it seems to be okay.
Okay.
I actually forgot that it was broken, and so Claudius probably couldn't have been driving it. I'm going to say that it wasn't really broken, it was just making a weird sound. And, it was...
orc slime.
Yeah. Alright, so, you guys can drive the rest of the 8 hours to get to the stasis chamber, no problem. No more random events will happen, you've already passed that test. Hak, you can retrieve or recover, I don't think are you gravely injured or heavily injured yet?
It's when you're over half your toughness bonus?
It's your toughness bonus is the cutoff. And for you, it's twice that, because you have a natural toughness. So
then
if
no.
you've taken more than 8 wounds. Okay, so then you gain back your toughness bonus, not unnatural, just the, 4. And that's how much you have when you go into this thing. So if you get a Medicae test performed on you, I think they can also heal back some extra wounds. So you have to have someone with Medicae do Medicae to you.
Let's try to heal him.
Okay.
We've got a servo still. I've got Medicae.
All right. So you got your servo skull, and you got your Medicae. You can head over there. If you want to get the bonus, you need to use your tech use. I assume Jay is driving during this time.
Yes.
I passed off the wheel.
Okay.
Okay,
it is. So you need to roll a tech use to use the servo skull.
Okay, let me do that.
So you get the servo skull, which means you get an extra plus 10 to your Medicae test. So you could roll your Medicae test now. So that is a partial failure. Let me see what that does. Rulebook. We want to go to LMN M. Medicae. First aid. So using Medicae skill to first aid, quick fix for injured or dying guests. Successful medic removes damage equal to your intelligence bonus to lightly wounded characters. This is a lightly wounded character. What I'll say is it'll remove your intelligence bonus minus 1 damage, because it was a very close thing.
So is it my intelligence bonus or Cato's?
No, Cato's. Definitely not yours.
I wouldn't get any.
So that's an intelligence bonus of 3.
Yep, so it's going to be net 2 wounds back for Hak Dar.
Hak Dar feel healthy. Hak Dar feel
Another
good.
success for Cato.
All right, so you guys drive the rest of the way there, and you arrive back
Jayce,
at...
why aren't you in the driver's seat?
It's fine. You drive the rest of the way there and arrive back at where you had left off. I'm going to put you all on the random blank page. That is not the right blank page. I want one that says generic. Here we go. All right, so you guys are all, and I need to fix this because you guys are all the wrong thing. I got the wrong. God.
It's so corpsey around here.
It really is corpsey around here. All right, so again, this is all kind of abstract stuff. Let me pull up Peter Hans, Dieter Franz, and Hak the motherfucking Dar.
Hak Dar happy.
Okay, so you guys head back towards. Oh, I need to open up my little sheets as well here. Maps. No, I want Grand Pratia Hotel. So you guys can go back in through the way you initially went in through the basement. You can go back into the main building, where you can walk over to the way you had come out before to see what's going on over there.
Little OC, when she was explaining where we should go, would that be more towards where the main entrance was? Because I didn't really catch all
so
of
what
it.
what she explained is that the way you came out, there was a door there that you decided not to go through. She said that was like a medical facility that they had on site. She said if you went back down to the other end of that hall, so you came out at the end of one hall, if you had gone down to the other end, you could have followed that and probably got to where the stasis chamber is. She doesn't know exactly where it is, but she says usually that's how these things were designed.
Oh, that's the room that was super hot.
Yes. That's the room she says you should go through.
Okay. Well, that's where we should go.
All right, so
let's check it out.
all right, so you guys are gonna head over to that tunnel that you guys came out of.
Yes.
Okay, so you guys all walk over there. Which one of you is leading? Like, what's the marching order?
I'd probably put Hans or Franz, one of the two. Definitely front and back. Let them be front and back.
All right, which is the closest to the front of the player characters?
I would say leave it exactly how you have it, and then let Hans lead.
Okay. So can you roll 1d100, please, Jay? All right, so you get there uneventfully. You know the way there. You know the way back. You've parked the lumberjack with Claudius and Eric inside. I assume you wanted to take Hans and Franz, not those two.
Yes.
Okay. So they have it locked up tight as well, and they're still cleaning out some of the orc gook that's there. As you walk back, you come around to where you left. You notice that it's sort of overgrown now. It has been about month and a half or so. But you're able to clear it pretty easily, and you get back into where you were. At the end of this hall where you come through, it's sort of at the end of like a slowly sloping ramp, and you see a room across from you with an ornately carved door, and then down the hall you see a long hall that's very dark. What would you like to do?
Did we not go in the ornate room last time?
You did not.
Let's go check the ornate room out.
And you would know that this is the room that Eliza said was probably like a medical facility.
So this has got to be where we were looking for to begin with.
Mm-hmm.
Let's do I guess, an awareness? Or search the room?
Alright, so you guys walked up to the door. You opening the door and walking into the room?
Yes.
Alright, so when you walk into this room, you see a bunch of long, flat steel tables. There's a lot of broken glass and medical equipment and other, biological sort of testing, like petri dishes and that sort of thing. There's a few large cases that used to have glass doors on them, but they're all broken. They seem to have some electronic parts in them. There's a few sinks that don't work anymore, and there's vines growing into the room, and otherwise it looks relatively normal. Where would you guys like to look in the room?
I'm going to send Hans down one wall and Franz down one of the other walls, and I'll search the back wall.
Right, and they're all searching for anything interesting?
Yes.
Okay. So Hans and Franz walk along the walls left and right, respectively. You're walking down towards the back wall? Yeah. Okay. So the tables are sort of arranged in 4 rows. You're walking down one of the middle rows just to get there as quickly as possible. You get to the back wall, and that's where they have all these cases that used to have the sort of glass fronts to them, and they're made of steel, and have various little electrical parts in them and some petri dishes and stuff. Do you want to search it thoroughly, or?
Yes.
Okay, go ahead and roll a search check.
Search it half-heartedly.
All right, so you look around and you see some loose electronic stuff that's just sort of detritus, and you kind of you grab it, and it looks like maybe it's something that Cato could use. So you have it. You can ask him later if he can use it or not. You find some more petri dishes and a few vials of some unknowable liquid. It seems like this might have been like a refrigeration case or something for some kind of medical facility.
Is there multiple vials of that stuff?
Yeah, there's like 2.
I'd like to take one and pour it on the ground to see what happens.
Okay. So you take one out and you pour it on the ground. And you're pouring it on the ground or on a table?
On the ground.
All right. So as you pour it out, it sort of impacts around and goes. It sounds a little bit like I don't know if you could hear that, but it sounds like that as you pour it out. I had some water handy, so I poured it out. That's a dedicated GM move right there. Nothing happens. It just hits the ground, and I actually poured it. Oh, I poured it into. I was gonna drink that water. That was stupid. That's gross.
I'm gonna put the other add the other vial to my inventory, and we'll give it to the doc to inspect later.
Yeah, you have a vial of mysterious liquid. Someone with some biologist knowledge, some lore there would probably be able to identify pretty easily. All right, so you also have some potential spare parts if you wanted to take them.
Yes.
Okay. So that's all you find. Hans and Franz don't really find anything. It just looks like a normal room. There's some loose equipment and stuff, maybe some knives, that kind of thing, but nothing particularly of value. Yeah, just a room.
Is there any tech about this room?
I mean, there's the very basic tech that, and can you roll a common lore tech? Yeah, so it looks like, there's some metal stuff around. It's probably got some tech, but nothing. Yeah, I mean, you don't really identify anything that looks like super valuable.
Fancy doors, but not much to say for this room.
Sadly, no. We got some stuff to show the doc, but might as well move along.
All right. So you guys are going out back into the hall?
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right. So you're in the hall. You've just been into some room with some, medical equipment. The only other option for you is to head down the hall. What you guys like to do?
We back to the door that we knew was really hot.
Yeah. So you guys walk down. You walk past the remains of the bronze malefacts that you killed. They appear to be in roughly the same state you left them. There's some animals and stuff that have moved in, but otherwise it looks pretty normal. Shoot, where did I put? Yeah, so you get back there and the door still seems hot.
Hey, big guy. Hey, come here. You want to come try to open this door?
Hak Dar, try.
All right, so Hak Dar, are you gonna go just try to open the door? You don't even think about it?
Yeah.
Go ahead and make a toughness test. Hang on, I'm prepping the next map here. So when you touch it, it is very hot, and it hurts you.
Ah!
I forget what I had you guys do. I think I had you roll. Did I have you roll damage?
I don't remember.
I'm gonna say roll 1d5. Heck. Actually, there's no way you can take damage from this, but I'm gonna have you roll it anyway. So you take 5 damage, but you just sort of eat it. Because you're big and you are Hak Dar. What do you do after having taken this damage? Do you lash out at the door?
Door hot. Door try hurt Hak Dar. Hak Dar hurt door. And then I try and kick it.
All right, roll a weapon skill check. You successfully kick the door. Roll damage, please. 1d5 plus your strength bonus. So you kick this door very firmly, and you hear behind the door the sound of metal grinding on stone, and a bright light shines through the crack in the door as it opened a little bit, and then the door sort of falls back shut. What would you like to do, team?
Well, that went about as expected, but if there's metal, Maybe there's a gear, and the door can open by itself. We don't
Hak,
have to.
Hak, what are you doing specifically that now the door has rebuffed your attack?
The door is now made me angry because it seems to be resisting, and
That's way too complex a sentence for Hak Dar.
Oh, sorry.
Unacceptable.
I thought you meant out of character.
Okay.
So out of character, I'm explaining what Hak Dar is kind of thinking, and he's kind of pissed that the door has closed on himself after I so firmly kicked it, and I continued trying to kick it open and keep it open.
Okay.
So I keep kicking it.
All right. So while you're thinking of this, Jay, Hak Dar kicks the door again, and you hear as he kicks it. Go ahead and roll your weapon skill check. You hear as he kicks it the sound of skittering and like. It sounds like maybe rats or some kind of rodent. You're not really sure. Somehow, all right. You don't fail to kick the door. You can't fail to kick the door, Hak Dar. You don't really get a good connection with it. Go ahead and roll 1d5, but no strength bonus. So you kick it, but it's not really a solid kick. You actually kind of stub your toe against it. Roll 1d5. Roll 1d10. I want to make sure you can actually potentially take damage. You take 7 damage from stubbing your toe, and then you're kind of like bouncing around. I know it doesn't do any damage to you. That's why I said you can take the full damage. So you stub your toe, and it hurts.
Again, out of character, I'm still kind of pissed. Back in character.
You should try to express that in character. Like, growl at it or be angry.
Okay, hang on. I gotta think about that one for a sec. Which is probably already too much for Hak Dar.
Hak Dar just goes, rah! And keeps kicking the door even though it hurt him.
Yeah,
Maybe he takes his axe out. I don't know.
The axe seems like a good idea.
Alright, so do you guys want to try to stop Hak Dar as he's pounding on this door?
No, this is fucking entertaining, but I am going to tell everybody to kind of back up a little bit.
So the skittering does get a little bit louder as he's hitting this door, and Hak Dar continues to hit the door. So Hak Dar, go ahead and make another weapon skill roll. You can't miss. You really can't. It's a big giant door. Go ahead and roll your damage, but it's not going to do as much. Oh my god. So you... I was going to say it doesn't do as much damage.
It's a righteous fury.
It's a righteous fury. Go ahead and make another damage roll. Do both. Make the other roll too. The weapon skill roll. Yeah, so each one does like half damage to it, but you basically take out your axe in a fit of fury at this door, which defied your will to open it, and you ram your axe through the door, and you're just like, ah! And you cut the door down. It is in splinters on the ground. Could the rest of you please take an agility test, or a dodge test, if you haven't trained? Butch, a few of these splinters impact you, like, in your face area. Can you roll 1d5? He's doing a dodge test for these other guys. I'm gonna... so you take 1 damage. D100. All the rest of them managed to avoid it. I rolled it in GM mode for some reason, but I just rolled 1 test for all of them, and they got a 3. So they all managed to avoid, except, I guess, Jay, you were just too close or something, and you got a piece of 1. Hak Dar, you have destroyed the door, and on the other side of the door, you all see the same thing. It's a large brazier with fire in it that was abutted against this door. On the other side of the door, it's sort of like steel lined, so it wouldn't burn or combust. But basically, someone had pushed this up against the door, so it would keep it closed.
What kind of jackass puts a fucking torch on a door?
Are you guys walking into the room?
Can we kick the brazier over?
Yeah, you can move it in and knock it over.
Yeah, let's do that, and I guess we'll go inside.
Okay.
Well,
Going cautiously on the outside to see what happens.
Okay. Crack grenades.
Quick question: is the door still partially intact? Like, is it not completely disintegrated?
Maybe it's intact. Like, what do you want to do with it? And I'll answer your question.
I want to keep attacking it because it still pissed me off.
I'm gonna say you pretty much it's gone. It's no longer a door. What you can do is pick up what's remaining of the door, rip it off its hinges, and put it in the fire if you want to do that.
I'm totally doing that.
All right, so you push the brazier to the side, heaving it over, and put the rest of the door in it. I assume you say some sort of quip when you do this. What might that be?
Door lose to Hak Dar. Hak Dar stronger than door. Hak Dar win.
Good job, buddy.
Good job, Hak Dar. Good
Who's
job.
a good boy? Who's a good boy?
Hak Dar, take 25 XP for being awesome.
Give him a treat.
Yeah, I'll toss him a treat.
Good Hak Dar. Okay, so
I leap up and
guys,
catch the treat in my mouth.
you walk in. Cato, you're staying on the other side of the door, you said?
Cautiously seeing what happens.
Are you like standing in the door or away from the door?
I'm like right on the edge. I'm like poking in, sort of leaning around the side.
So the rest of you walk in, and you are taken to a new room. Cato, you are not on this map, even though your token is there. You're in the other room, so give you some time to get this all squared up. So the rest of you walk in, and the room is narrower than the room you were just in by maybe 5 or 10 meters. The other room is 40, 50 meters wide. This is only like 20 meters wide. It's lined with torches giving off a dull light. And in the walls you hear more of the skittering, and it sounds like a lot of skittering. It's pretty loud. The room is quite long. It sort of gently curves. This section is straight, but it's actually quite long. You're going to be in this room for a little while, and I'm going to move you back as you get to the end of it. It's a long, winding passageway that seems to go on for maybe a few hundred meters.
Are we supposed to see? Because I have
Can you not see?
I cannot see.
Can all of you not see, or is it just Hak Dar?
I see the torches.
I can see.
Okay, I just I forgot to give you sight, Hak Dar. Fiat Lux.
Hak Dar see. Hak Dar happy.
You actually should emit light. I don't know why I did that. There we go. So you walk in and you hear the skittering in the walls, and you see this long thing, but otherwise nothing happens. The walls are very plain. The torches are all on and generating a dull glow. You don't have any other lights in this room. If any of you have lights, like Cato, you have a light, you could turn it on. But yeah, it's just a long passageway.
I'm gonna step into the room.
Okay, I'm gonna move you to where you are. Did you want to turn on your glow lamp?
Nope.
Okay. So none of you have any dark vision or anything, right?
Unless Gerwulf does. I don't think anybody else does.
Okay, I don't think Gerwulf does. So as you walk into this room, the doorway behind you, it slams shut. There's another piece of steel that slams shut behind you, and the skittering grows to a cacophony. Something has occurred, and it was not a trap. It was not like you stepped on something. It was some actor has closed that door. What do you guys want to do?
I'm gonna investigate the door. That
All
just
right.
closed on us.
Hak Dar will ready his axe. Hak Dar here skittering. Hak Dar must hunt things that come hunt us.
So if you're investigating the door, go ahead and roll a tech use test.
I'm gonna help him investigate.
So you can both of you roll a tech use test, and I'm gonna add the 10 after the fact, depending on whether Butch succeeds. So you don't actually have to help him. He succeeds on his own. This thing shut. You probably made it harder, but you both look at this, and Jay, you can't tell what's going on, but Cato, you see immediately what had happened is there's a magnetic seal lock, like a blast door, and someone hit the button to shut this thing. It's a relatively thick, probably inch-thick plasteel door that has rammed shut to protect from the outside. The skittering in the walls is at a cacophony, and you also hear what sound like very small voices.
Fucking pygmies. God damn it.
What do you guys want to do?
Fucking hate pygmies.
That doesn't sound like an action.
Put Theater and Franz a little bit up front.
Okay. You know what I'm going to do?
Hans and Franz up front.
Hans and Franz. Who can control this? Controlled by... it's turn by character. I don't want to do that. Okay, I'll just control them. I can't give you control. So you want them to, like, right there?
Yeah, on either side. Just a little bit up front.
Okay. So Hans and Franz there. What are the rest of you doing? I guess Gerwulf will go up there with them.
I'm gonna walk over to the wall and see what I can discern about it and the voices coming from.
Which wall? Left or right?
The left one.
Okay. Walk over there. Hak, what are you doing?
Just reading with my out of character for now, just because that's the only way I can think of expressing his thoughts right now. It's going to take me a session or two to really get used to this.
Okay.
I'm just sitting there ready with my axe, waiting for what...
Just sort of grunting and...
Yeah, and kind of just waiting for what I believe will be something hunting us to leap out.
All right, so Cato, as you approach the wall, the skittering sort of dies down and gets really quiet. But you can still, if you listen very carefully, you can hear it. What are you doing here? What are you inspecting?
Is this just a wall? Is there anything interesting about this wall?
It sounds like you're doing a awareness or search check.
It does.
So go ahead and roll me one. This is going to be perfect. It's going to end at exactly the right time. Oh, it's going to be so good. So you do not notice a goddamn thing different about this wall. Jay, what are you doing?
I was kind of like right behind him with my shotgun out, just watching out for fucking pygmies, because I know it's going to be fucking pygmies.
Hey Jay, guess what? Guess what?
Fucking paranoid. What?
It's a wall.
It's a wall.
That's great. You see any fucking pygmies?
No, I don't know. It's just a wall.
So, Cato, I know you wanted to do idea number one. I think it's going to have to be idea number two. I painted myself into a corner by letting you guys come back here. As you're up against this wall, the skittering all at once gets intensely loud right in your ear, or in where your ear would be if you still had ears. And through a hole at the top of the wall, like a small little tunnel, pour out half a dozen tiny little men who grab you. And they're all sort of on ropes, and they grab you and surround you and pull you up with them through this hole in the wall. And you are disappeared into the other side of this wall. Meanwhile, on the other side, more of these little men throw what are essentially Molotov cocktails over the rest of the party. And chunks of the room that I'm highlighting now all are set alight. This is where you are. This is where you will be in 2 weeks when we return. -1 Cato. let's do XP.
God damn it.
Also, on another note,
Uh-huh.
I never got divination done.
All right, we'll roll that during XP. I apologize. I know, Paul, that you wanted to do the other thing where you were just going to be getting mechadendrites. I forgot, and I put us in this position. I'm like, oh, shit, I can't get you out to go get mechadendrites now. So you will get them immediately. You won't have to wait like you normally would when we get back to Camp Fur the next time. You'll get them
Hopefully
installed.
my party will come rescue me and I'll survive.
Well, so actually, I can ask that now. What do you guys want to do? Do you want to go try to rescue Cato, or is he on his own?
Of course.
There you go.
Because the only person that wouldn't is fucking dead.
Exactly. And Hak, what do you want to do? You want to go rescue the pretty tech priest who gives you treats? He has shiny things.
Do I get kill?
Yes, you get many kill.
Hak Dar, go!
Wow.
Hak Dar, go save Gadget Man.
Gadget Man. Gadget Man. Shiny metal Gadget Man.
Hack, yes.
Here's what I like in my head. Hak Dar is basically the Shiba Inu from like the WoW Doge things, mixed with like just a really stupid guy, just like the sort of power dumb. So these guys have thrown Molotovs at you. They've captured Cato. Once again, Paul, I apologize. You can take 25 XP for your trouble, and also because it's awesome. You got kidnapped by pygmies. I think it's awesome anyway.
It's all right. We'll have to see what happens.
Tucker's pygmies, man. All right, so let's do XP. Let me pull up my sheet for XP, and we got like 15 minutes to do it, which will be perfect, and then we'll be done. All right, so everybody mark down 100 XP flat. While we're here, I will mention the way that it works if you roll up a new character, like Tim did. He let me know that he wanted his character to die because, you know, whatever reason. I think it's mostly because Angelus was fully a dick. And so he wanted him to die. He said, I got another character. We worked out what was going to happen to his old character. He took 75%, rounded up to the nearest like 100, of his existing XP and applied it to his new character, so you don't start at 0. And that was it. And we figured out how to bring him in, and it was very simple. So if anybody else decides they don't want their character anymore, they want a different character, no problem.
Maybe Cato doesn't survive being captured by pygmies.
Maybe, if you don't want to get your implants. Although I think you actually make a really interesting tech priest because A, you care about people. B, you care about biological life because you have like a Medicae skill, which is wacko for a tech priest. And C, you're like the nicest person in the 41st millennium. It's really weird.
We figured out
Nice
that you were the
people don't
dude
live.
from the. You were the dude.
You
from
are.
Big
You're the dude.
Lebowski.
I totally forgot to put the rug in the lumberjack. 'Cause
In the
it really
lumberjack.
tied the whole lumberjack together. But no, it's true. Like you're just like a really like uniquely nice person in the 41st millennium. Okay, so you all marked down 100 XP. Bonds we already did. We're for Angelos, but if you have any other bonds, then you can resolve them now. I would say that everyone here has a bond with Cato that says, I will rescue Cato. And I would also say that Cato, upon being rescued, everybody would gain a bond saying Cato owes me his life. Or I saved Cato, now he owes me one, maybe something like that, depending on what you guys want. And then Cato, maybe you should have a bond here too. I guess actually you're going to get a lot of XP from those bonds, so maybe not. If you can think of a good bond that you would have because you got kidnapped and your friends came in, and you were hoping maybe that they came and saved you, then you know, you can tell me what that is and add it. So, and I will add that for Gerwulf. I've got to save Cato. Okay. So then, if nobody else resolved any bonds, sounds like you didn't. As a group, answer the following. If answered yes, 50 XP for everyone. Did we meet a new contact, confidant, or alter ego?
Yes.
Yes.
Yes, you met Eliza May, Tharatio Kwellin, the Sister of Battle, who's now sort of like your, not like your boss, but like in the chain of command above you somewhere. Did we discover an important clue to our investigation?
I got that symbol.
Got the symbol. You kind of already had that.
And some directions, though, to where to look and what the symbol meant.
I'm going to say you got something much more important. You got the fact that Bertellus and Praetia are the same planet.
Also that.
That's really big, because the Imperium loses planets all the time, but mostly they lose them because they are physically, like, lost. They're gone in the warp. This was lost because of what is essentially a clerical error. They just forgot what the name was. So that's a really big deal, and that means you know a lot more about this planet now. All right, so did we eliminate a threat to the Imperium?
Yes.
Absolutely. Yep. You guys killed the host of Darlakor, formerly known as Angelos. Fortune realized. I don't think anybody got a fortune realized. I didn't really pay attention to Gerwulf, but I'm pretty sure he has, like...
Do I get a new one for fulfilling my old one, or just the one?
You know, I had originally thought maybe just the one, but I think having a new one, they're pretty hard. So go ahead and roll 1d100. I'm going to say for like 1 week you don't get one, just so you can't like knock them off every week. But.
And while he's doing that, question for those blood squirting guns that Eric made. Could they be considered a child's toy?
No.
Oh.
Not even in the 41st millennium, not a child's toy.
Oh.
Hang on 1 second, I'm getting an alert at work. What's down? Fuck China. 39. A night will take 3 days to pass. That's a really cool one.
What does it mean?
What does it mean? Okay, I actually have an idea about that one. Also, I think yours, Hak, was a child's toy will turn out to have a sinister purpose. I would not say that distracting the big dumb guy is a sinister purpose.
It wasn't going to be that. I was going to suggest to someone use that to shoot blood on a guy so I get essentially blood drunk and go and kill him.
That actually, hold on, no, I would totally let that happen. That's really cool. If someone can like manage to do that and you notice, I have like a series of checks you'd have to pass to do that, but that would be fucking amazing.
You now know why I want to do that.
I would totally be for that. So nobody had a fortune realized. That's it for XP. I did notice a few of you haven't spent your XP in a while. You should probably do that. You can do that between sessions. You don't have to go back to town. You can spend it right now, or anytime before next session. We're not having a session next week because it's the 4th. So we're not going to move it to Sunday because I think most people aren't there. I'm not around on Sunday, and I think most people aren't going to be around on the 4th. I know Cato is out for the 11th, right?
That is correct.
So it's just going to be Hak, Jay, and hopefully Gerwulf if he shows up. I think it was just this time that he wasn't around. So I'll see you all on the 11th.
And while
plenty of time.
Roll my divination.
Ah, yes, divination. I don't have the chart open. If you do,
I do. Page 34, if you're interested.
What's your divination, buddy?
Somni. In the darkness, follow the light of Terra. Increase willpower by 3.
That's going to be super useful for you.
I was hoping for
like
12 to 15. The pain of the bullet is ecstasy compared to damnation. Increase toughness by 1.
You can burn a fate point, and I mean burn a fate point if you want to re-roll it.
No. I don't think that's worth it. Actually, you know what? Just, why not?
Oh, get wrecked. The only gain 2 wounds. That's not bad.
I'll take it for now.
Okay, so burn a fate point and gain 2 wounds. That's not a bad trade at all.
Nope.
Oh, Actually, everybody should mark, except for Hak. Well, not actually Hak 2. You all mark an extra fate point and 10 influence for killing the Daemon host. So you all get a fate point, and you all get 10 influence for that. I totally forgot. And I'm going to add that for Gerwulf. I have 3 and 40. Okay, cool. Yeah, so that's it. Good session, everybody.
Good session.
Y'all
I'm
have...
expecting an exciting adventure on the 11th, and hopefully my rescue. Unharmed and in good health.
I will let you know. I will send you a Skype or email or something.
It's just like a
Letting you
frowny
know.
face. It's like...
It'll just be frowny face, roll a new character, asshole. You'll come back as the second coming of Vangelos. You'll just be the meanest person. You'll make fucking Fyodor Kazmarov look like a nice guy. It'll be great. Anyway.
Yep.
See y'all in 2 weeks. Have a good 4th of July.
Have a good
Later,
week. Bye.